Alright guys, hello, welcome to another Sunday stream. I think we're live on both Twitch and YouTube. So I'm just one tabling at the moment, just in case anything happens with anything like technical problems happen. So we'll be adding more tournaments shortly. So we just have the bigger 11 here. We got up to 9k and then we just bluffed off 6k to this guy. Maybe it wasn't 6k, a little bit less. So that was interesting. So it seems to be good. So I hope everyone is doing well. As I said, I'm going to add some more tournaments in a minute. Okay, so let's add in Hotter 27. Okay, King Deuce, just going to be a fold. 9-6, you can see I've already chosen to fold that. So 5's here, just going to go ahead and shove under 10 bigs. We'll stay on here. Folds around to the big blind then. Okay, so get it through. Blinds go up though, so we'll have under 10 bigs once again. King Jack off, actually just going to fold. So I'm not actually going to know whether the audio is working, everything's working as it should be, until you guys have got through the delay. So yeah, hopefully in, let's have a look, yeah, a minute or two, it'll come up. Okay, so we have pocket eights here. We are going to raise. Okay, so I'm going to start with a check. I guess if he bets really small, we can call, but might just have to be done with this hand. His flatting range is going to have a decent number of ace-x and king-x, and then even some Broadway hands are going to have pretty good equity against us with 2 overs and a gut shot. That's probably small enough where we can just peel with the 8 of clubs, so that's what I'm going to do. That's a really amazing turn. So we'll go for another check. And he fires again. So what do we do? Should we call or do we jam? I think jamming looks really, really strong. I think, you know, we can definitely have aces, kings, ace, king in our range here. So I think I'm just going to go for a check call. And hopefully he doesn't have like ace, x of hearts. But if he has like queen, jack, queen 10, jack 10, you know, 10, 9 of clubs, then give him a chance to bluff them once again. And he had ace 9, so yeah, pretty amazing turn card for us, pretty fortunate. Okay, let's see. We have ace deuce of clubs here. So if it folds to us, we will be jamming. So we just have 2 tournaments at the moment. We've got the bigger 11 and the hotter 27. Okay, so it doesn't fold to us. We are going to do this. Just going to move this up a little bit, make it look a bit nicer. Okay, we might play this depending on the action. Ace 4 off. Okay, so 8-6 off here versus the jam. I'm just going to fold. Ace 4 off here. I think I'm just going to check. Okay, quick check back. I think yeah, that could be a really strong hand, but very unlikely. So we can go for check, call, or value bet. I think if he has a hand better than ours, he value bets himself on the flop. We could be up against flush. I mean, that's pretty grim. Okay, so we just have, I mean, think about our check back range. We just have all the diamonds to call here. We're going to have some 2 pairs. So I think we can comfortably fold this hand. Okay, ace 3 of hearts. I think we've already seen this player limp. I think it's probably fine just to call here. Obviously, you don't want to see a raise. Okay, pretty bad flop. I'm just gonna be getting out of the way now. Okay, let's see what other tournaments we can potentially play today. So we've got the bigger 22. Let's see. Yeah, we could get into that bigger 22. In fact, let's just register that now. So we have some more tournaments to work through, to discuss. Fold King 7. So let's just get this bigger 22 sorted. Looks pretty good. And then we'll probably add the 44 bounty builder at 10:30, 20 minutes time. Okay, let's go up here, King Jack suited. So this player's limped a couple of times already, now suddenly found a raise versus 20 bigs effective. If we had 20 bigs against someone that's opening, enough hands here, we can just jam. I think call is reasonable. If we don't, it's too good to fold. And, we don't want to jam. 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw, but multi-way, I think I'm just going to give this up. Given that this guy's limped sometimes and now he's suddenly found a raise from early position, I think his range is going to be somewhat stronger. And we don't close the action. Okay, well, pretty nice read. Okay, king 10 off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That seems okay. Like to be a little bit further around, but we're playing 7-handed, so it seems okay. Get it through. Okay, so we'll defend 10-9 off here. Let's just, I mean, we're going to be folding here, so let's go over to here where we're going to jam A7 suited under the gun, 6.5 bigs. Question from Lee in the YouTube chat says, is ace-9 a bad shove on the river by him? I think it's pretty tough to get called by worse. I need to start heroing with, you know, some king X and weaker ace X. So yeah, I think it's probably pretty bad. Okay, we run into ace king off. We're going to need a 7. Okay, well that's going to do us in that tournament. So let's go over here. Okay, let's have a look. King 9 off. It's going to be a fold. And 8-3 off up here, going to be a fold as well. So if you guys have any questions at all, just let me know. Very happy to answer any and all questions. Okay, king 8 off, just going to be a fold. Let's go down here. Queen Jack suited, probably play this one. Okay, just going to defend, I think. And depending on sizing, probably just fold. I think I'm just going to fold here. I think it's fine. So I just realised I didn't post anything about this on Facebook, so I'm going to do that now. Got 2 tables then, so got a bigger 22 and the hotter 27. We're going to add the 44 bounty builder in about 15-20 minutes. Okay, 10-7 off, just going to fold. Let's go down here then. Ace 10 off. Could be playing this one. Okay, make it 2.3x from the cutoff. Ace 5-3 board. Yeah, we can just we can bet small here. You know, with some, I mean, there's a decent number of, actually no, there aren't that many straight draws, so it doesn't really make sense to size up. You know, the sizing up would really just to get value from weaker ace-x, but we can do that on later streets. Okay, let's go up here then. 6-4 off, just going to be a fold, and 8-4 off, going to be a fold. Trying to keep you up to date with the action. And we're only playing 2 tables, and you know, I'm going to be folding most of the time. So yeah, if you just joined the stream, we've got 2 tournaments open, bigger 22, hotter 27. We busted the bigger 11 earlier, ran ace 7 suited for 6.5 big blinds into the big blinds ace king off. Okay, let's go up to queen 10 off. If it folds to us, we'll jam from the button with queen 10. Okay, it's going to fold now though. And good morning to Panny Jim on Twitch. Okay, king jack off then. Probably a hand we're going to play from the cutoff. Probably just going to go for a jam actually with the stacks behind. Okay, see a raise, just going to fold again. Going to try and pop out the 2 chats, and just saw a follow come in then, I think. I'm not sure who that was. Didn't really see it, so but thank you. Nine 3 off then, just going to be a fold. Okay, so I've got 2 pop-out chats now, I think, so I should be able to keep an eye on Twitch and YouTube, hopefully. Ace and off here, just going to go for a fold. See if there's any other tournaments to play. Okay, let's go down here. I'm going to open up king 9 suited under the gun. We're playing 8-handed with an empty seat here. And probably just going to go for a small bet. He's got a lot of hands that just end up having to fold here. Okay. And Decky in the Twitch chat, good luck today, thank you. Ace-8 off, just going to peel here. With the ace of spades, we can do some funky stuff. Probably don't want to fold. So we can check raise or we can call. We want to find some decent check raises here. I think we actually, maybe with a slightly weaker hand, we go for a check raise, so like ace-6 off with the ace of spades. Ace-3 and ace-5 obviously would make sense as well. I don't think we're going to go too far wrong, as long as we don't fold. Got to check the turn though. Probably going to have to give up at this point, but we are going to have some club draws, spade draws, queen x of spade hands. When he checks back, I think ace high is just going to be good often enough here. We, yeah. So I'm just going to check the showdown, and yeah, we just win often enough. So yeah, thanks for a kind message, Decky, in the Twitch chat. We'll go up here. I know. Well, we just folded 7-5. Not much to see there. So we'll play ace king off here. Probably just going to jam, I think, if anyone opens. If it folds to us, we'll do something different. Okay. So pot size raise. I mean, oftentimes it's a pretty strong hand. Kind of makes our life easier. Like, we are going to run into a strong hand sometimes, but you do see these pot size raise calls with like ace jack off sometimes. So we're not hating life if that happens. I mean, perfect situation, and it's unfortunate, but that's sometimes the way it's going to go. But yeah, absolutely loving playing against Susie. King 7 off, fairly close. Know too much about these players. I'm just going to fold it this time. Okay, 4-3 off, going to be a fold. Let's make a note on Susie. Pot sized raised call, hijack versus small blind, 30 big blind jam. Ace 2 suited. Just put a little exclamation mark in there just so we know that it's not GTO. Ace 4 off, going to be a fold. Go up here, 10-6 off, also going to be a fold. 103 left then in the hot of 27, 47 paid. So about half, just over half the field need to be eliminated. I'll have to go before the bubble. So it was Tivnar IC followed. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Also streaming on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, I'm also streaming on Twitch. Okay, folded ace 3 then. 10-4 off, also going to be a fold. So if you guys have any questions, then just let me know. About hands, about poker, about coaching, anything you like. Let's go up here. And Pocket Jack's here, just going to go for a jam with 10 bigs. Yeah, don't know anything about this player. Guess, you know, sometimes it's like very trappy with aces and kings, but sometimes it's going to be some garbage like pocket threes, and he's going to limp call with them, which is amazing. So yeah, we'll definitely take that over aces or kings, please. Okay, there you go. Close. We got it very, very close. That's a good flop. So yeah, we said threes, so yeah, not bad. Right, Jack 4 off, going to be a fold, but yeah, nice double up there. Puts us up to 13,700 chips, 23 bigs. Let's go down to the bigger 22. Queen Jack off here. It's going to fold versus the 2.5x. And okay, well, we might have had to call with 8-3 off versus a 3 big blind jam, but now we have an easy decision. Okay, Queen Jack off. Yeah, pretty. I'm just gonna fold. Guess a little bit of a scary open off 14 bigs. Okay, so we got some questions in the chat. So Orlando said he couldn't hear, but now he can. That's good. Okay, question in the chat. Can you please explain in a bit of detail as to why you have your post-flop sizings as 20, 50, 67 instead of your old setup, which was 25, 50, 75? What factors lead you to changing up your old setup? I use those numbers just as a guide. So I'm going to fold here. You know, at shallower stack depths, the smallest bet I want to be using is like a min bet or maybe 20%. There's not going to be much in that most of the time. Then deeper, we want to size up a little bit. So I use them as a guide, and if my small sizing is often like 20% or 25%, it's easier to have like 20% button and then a 50% button that I can then just divide by 2 in my head, than have like a 20 and a 25. And I think 50% can be used in some spots, and then 67% is just a sort of very standard, like 2/3 pot bet. So there's not there's not too much rhyme or reason apart from that. And then I'll be using other bets as well. So those definitely not like, I don't just use 20, 50, 67 across the board. But they're just as a guide, really. So I know that, okay, so 2/3 pot looks like this, and half pot looks like this. I mean, obviously we can work that out in our heads. Okay, so we're going to peel here with 4-3 suited. Flop of 4, playing against a very weak player. But if they bet, then we're just going to fold. Yeah, half pot, we're just going to give it up here. Let's go up to ace-7 suited. We saw him limp earlier on with a small pair. Seems to be playing a lot of hands. There's some short stacks here. I don't think I really want to raise fold, so I am just going to fold. And our friend Susie's open for 4.5x here. So earlier on we saw a raise call with ace-2 suited for 30 bigs. So I'm pretty happy getting in 7s here. And again, like, we could run into a much bigger hand, but 7s is strong enough here, and I expect to get called by a lot of weaker hands. Like king 10 off, not a call in that spot. So that's unfortunate, but Oh yeah, definitely gonna re-enter. That's good news. Forgot that on a Sunday you can get in, get back in. Are we on the same table? I mean, that's kind of fortunate with good old Sue's in there. Okay, so if there's any tournaments that you guys want me to play specifically, then yeah, just let me know. Absolutely, yeah, happy to do that. I'm going to fire the 44 Bounty Builder in a few minutes. It just started. It started 3 minutes ago. Okay, so I'm going to fold pocket twos here. Sometimes see a mistake from players. They, just open any pair from any position, off any stack size, and those small pairs not very good off any stack size. Maybe you can play them deep, but certainly don't want to be raising 17 bigs with pocket twos. Don't want to be jamming, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, pretty nice hand to get in the big blinds. Probably the best place to get pocket aces, apart from when you get a walk. So this is nice action before us. I mean, if we get another call in between, that's even better. But let's not be greedy now. Up against ace 10 off. It's a pretty nice flop. And yeah, gonna take that one down. Get move tables. So there's 73 left. 72 left, 47 paid, and we are in 51st apparently. I thought we'd. Oh no, now okay, we're in 20 seconds. So yeah, pretty nice shot here. As we approach the bubble. So we're on our second bullet then in the bigger 22. Susie got us. Got us with a chop, and then got us with a loss of a flip. Pocket sevens then. We will see what we're going to do here. I said we're somewhat approaching the bubble. We have to make a decision. 47 paid, 71 left. We are in 26th place now. So yeah, this guy shoves. We probably just click it and then potentially fold versus these two. Okay, so now we're just going to min raise, get it in against the big blind, and yeah, that's kind of it. And yeah, you're welcome, Orlando. I know it's a bit of a delay. It feels like sometimes it's really hard to interact. So I saw a tweet the other day from Finton Hand, Easy with Aces, and I'm gonna fold here. He was saying that how he thinks that poker is like the hardest game to stream on Twitch because for a lot of reasons, you're putting up your own money. You have to be on a delay. If you decide to not be on a delay, then you have to hide your hole cards, and then no one can really see what you have, and you can't be excited about certain hands, feeling emotional. You can't give too much away because people can be watching and be aware that you have a good hand or whatever. So yeah, and then if you don't want to hide your hole cards, then you have to be on a delay because it just and then that creates a delay between being able to interact with the audience, right, with the viewers, which is not ideal. So yeah, you ask your question, and then you got to wait 4 minutes for an answer, which is can be frustrating, I guess. 4-3 suited. How many paid? 40, 47. Okay. So we might start thinking more about our decisions pre-flop. Just keeping an eye on all of the chat and stuff. So I sorted my light out here as well. So last week I was, so when I looked at the highlights, when I did the highlights video and, you know, looking through the stream, I realized that this light here was a bit dark. So I have a window here. Let's think more about our decision here. But I've got to have a light up here now as well. So I think the lighting is a lot better. So hopefully you guys agree. So question from Lee in the YouTube chat says, GTO charts show flatting a lot of suited one-gappers from the small blind with 20 big blinds effective stacks. Is this only okay against a player with GTO ranges or still fine against an unknown? It's probably fine against an unknown. You're getting a pretty good price. You have a hand that flops well and can realize equity out of position. So you can, you know, check raise, or you can continue on a lot of boards with those kind of hands. So I think it's probably fine. If you know your opponent's very, very tight, then maybe you don't want to do that. Okay, so we're going to start thinking more about our decisions here. We obviously have a very tough decision with 8-4 suited under the gun. Going to fold now. But of course, it always depends on where the player's opening from. So if they are opening from the button, you can start jamming some of those suited hands. If they're opening from under the gun, you probably don't want to. Okay, let's go down to 8-5 off. Going to find a fold. So as I said, we're in for our second bullet here in a bigger 22, and then hotter 27's approaching the money. There's 47 paid and there's 60 left. We are in 29th place at the moment. So if it folds to KTO, and he jams, or she jams, then we're going to call. So we see a raise from this player. We'll see what the action is, but probably just going to defend. Okay, so we're going to defend here. Just got to think about our decisions. 59 left, so 12 left until the money. Okay, pretty poor board for our hand, pretty poor board for our range. So we're going to check and yeah, then think about our decision. Okay, I think this is pretty good from this player. So yeah, we don't have a decision here, obviously. Hopefully you guys can see that, but we're approaching the bubble, and it's a reasonable strategy to consider hands a little bit more. Okay, so this player opens once again. So we're 12 away from the money, so it's not like we're on the stone bubble. I think if these two players fold, I'm just going to go for a jam. And of course, we run the risk of being eliminated, so you could go for a call instead. I think we have a decent amount of fold equity here, and if we run into a hand, then we can hope to get there. But I just we don't want to be just playing too passively. If we were really close to the bubble, maybe we take a more passive route, but we get it through, and that's a pretty nice win for us there. I'm not sure if I time banked there. Oh no, I did. Okay, cool. Okay, King Jack off, just going to be a fold versus under the gun. 17 bigs now, the bigger 22. But yeah, I think those spots can be tough. When you make the decision to go with the hand, and you run into a hand and you bust on the bubble, and then you sort of start second guessing yourself. and you wonder if you made the right decision, right? And that's a tough spot to be. So the best thing to do is just to run the spot in a solver, to give him what you think he's opening in that spot, and use the ICM function, multi-table ICM function, and have a look and see if it is a profitable shove. And similarly, like, just because I got it through doesn't mean that I should be like, okay, yeah, definitely it's good, it's definitely a good shove. I should be, if I'm ever in doubt, then I probably want to run the spot. Now I think that it's, when we get it through, we kind of forget about it. When we lose, we don't forget about it, and it's, we run the spot, and we try to, to learn from it. So I think it's important to learn from all the, all the results. I try not to be results orientated, that in order to, don't rely on the results to sort of guide your study. So here we're just going to fold. We're 10 away from the money, and yeah, I'm not even sure that it's a chip EV call, to be honest. So, but at least we have a, somewhat of a legitimate decision here. Okay, jacks against jacks. Going to be a chop then. Okay, almost clicked auto fold then. That was a bit sloppy. These hands do have a decision with 8 left before the money. We're sitting comfortably, right? So we, pretty happy. I mean, if we were sitting like 45th, then this would be more important, to think through our decisions. But I still think it's important, like, other players just aren't going to care too much about the bubble, and that pay jump between not getting paid at 40, whatever it is, 48, and then getting paid at 47 is, in fact, I can probably show you if I bring this in. Let me show you on the other table so that it doesn't change anything. So the pay jump is $44, right? So the next time there's a $44 pay jump is from 7th to 6th. There's a $47 pay jump. So it's a pretty big deal. So it's not something to sort of, just forget about. You always think like, oh, we're playing for first and that's what we want to do. But I think, when you get close to the bubble, getting into a situation where you give yourself a good opportunity to, to cash and then to build it up from there, it's good. But then you get these kind of hands, and you should, not worry too much about it. Like, if you get cooled at this point, you get cooled. That's fine. You can raise fold some hands here, but ace king off is going to be too good. There's other players are not going to, not jam ace queen and maybe ace jack and some other hands that you're flipping with. So I think it's fine. I mean, it's definitely fine. I don't think it's fine. Okay. It's always nice though, like, to not want to get lots of chips in on the bubble with ace king. And with king 8 here, going to find a fold. So it's 54 left, 47 paid. So I'll just check this a little bit. Okay. And I guess we should register the 44 bounty builder now. So let's check. That's looking okay. Okay, great. Cool. So we've got then the $44 bounty builder. We had a reasonably deep run in this last Sunday. We got incredibly lucky though with pocket tens a couple of times. Hodder 27, we finished 18th last Sunday, so it'd be good to get a a final table today. Bigger 22, then I don't think we did anything in the bigger 22 last week, and this is our second bullet. No more bullets though, because late registration has closed. So yeah, interesting spot here potentially. Ace 4 off. And Darth letting us know in the YouTube chat that Matt Berkey finished 5th in WSOP event. Ace-4 off here. I'm not, to be honest, I'm really not thrilled. Because he's raising off a short stack, let's just see if we have any stats. So he hasn't raised at all, like he hasn't had an opportunity to raise. It's obviously way too tight to fold here, but I don't think many good situations occur by defending here. Like suited aces, I would obviously call. Like I know that in a GTO world you're not supposed to fold in that spot, but if you like, I think that his range is going to be somewhat stronger, and I think that ace-4 off is not going to be good enough in that spot. Now, you know, could be wrong. That's fine. So that's cool about Berkey finishing 5th. I think he finished 7th yesterday. So does that mean he's had back-to-back final tables? That's pretty sick if that's what's happened. Okay, so I feel like we're probably just going to, well, it'd be lovely to get a walk here. I think, you know, that's something that's going to happen fairly frequently. If this guy shoves, we have a very easy decision. So I like easy decisions in poker. Yeah, we have a certain number of decisions that we can make in a day, and you know, if we have easy decisions like this one, then it means that we don't have to even think about it. Okay. Jack 3 off then, 5 before the money. See a limp here. Okay, so yeah, pretty tough decision here. 4 away from the money. What do we want to do with Jack 3 off? Let's have a quick think about it. Okay, yeah, I think folding's probably the best play. It's a great question then from Orlando in the YouTube chat. It says, what effective stack size do you normally shave down your standard open raise size from 2.3 to a min raise? Around 30 bigs. So like 35 bigs, I would still 2.3, maybe 2.2, but yeah, 2.3. And then I would, yeah, that's, you know, 30 bigs and under, just go for a min raise. And then if it was say 75 bigs and above, I would go for a 2.5x. So the real reason to change your raise size pre-flop is, you know, the bigger you raise pre-flop, the more money there is on each street, and it will grow. I never know which is the right word, whether it's exponential or geometric. I think it's exponential in this case. We're going to fold ace-3 suited here. So like, you know, the bigger you raise pre, the bigger the pot's going to be on the flop. So that means there's more that you can bet. You can bet a bigger amount relative to the pot, or just a bigger amount anyway. And then obviously that then means that the turn's bigger, and then the river's bigger as well. So that's why you probably don't want to min raise at 100 bigs, because it's going to be more difficult to get the chips in by the river. But it's also why it's really unnecessary to go like 2.5 or 3x at 20 bigs, because you don't need to make a big raise in order to get all in by the river when you're playing 20, 30 big blind poker. Okay, king queen off, interesting spot, 2 away from the money. Let's look at the action. I definitely don't want to raise here. I think we're just going to get punished a lot. Like, having said that, maybe not. But yeah, we are very close. So there's a 2.4k stack and there's a 5.5k stack, which is, so 2.4 is just under 2 bigs, 5.5 is around 3. Is that right? So, you know, we can just fold into the money now. But we don't want to, we don't want to tighten up that much where we suddenly, stop making chips. But like, as I said before, the EV of cashing now, especially we're now on the direct bubble, like, we could shove here, I think, probably quite profitably. But I'm actually just going to knit it up and, get that min cash and then go from there. So Darth just confirming then that it was back-to-back final tables for Berkey in the WSOP events. That's pretty amazing. Very, very cool. Okay, so we are now in the money. We took a risk-free shot, as in we folded, and now we're in the money in Hot 27 for the second week in a row. Let's just confirm that actually. Yeah, we are in the money. Okay, we don't need to think about our decisions too much now. We have 15.6 bigs. We're in the money. Let's see, what we can do now. The Darth's also telling us first was well over 100k. Berkey got 5th for 34. Had the chip lead for most of it. Yeah, he said, yeah, poker is sick. I mean, it definitely is. It's yeah, the flips at that stage of the tournament can, make a big difference. And for some players, it's like the difference between a profitable year and an unprofitable year. Like that's the crazy thing. These big field tournaments with, lots of money on the line. It's yeah, it can make a big difference. Those those key flips, the ace kings versus queens or stuff like that. Okay, so versus under the gun and a cutoff call versus 2.5x. I would fold here, but given it's only one big blind, I'm actually going to go for a call. Going to check here. And looks like it's going to be the break, guys. So I'm going to have a short break. Going to go and grab a coffee. And okay, so against this size, the ace of spades, we could have potentially done something, but I actually think we should just fold and not worry too much about it. So when we're covered as well, we have less fold equity because even if they have a really weak draw, they're not going to fold it. I mean, not that they should anyway, but in a bounty tournament, there's more incentive for them to continue when they have us covered. So yeah, we don't want to go too crazy. Okay, guys, I'm going to mute the mic. I'm going to turn the webcam off, and I'll see you in about 5 minutes. All right, guys, we're back. We have pocket fours here. I'm just going to go for a fold, I think. So if you just joined us, we are in the money in the HODL 27. That's why the felt is red. The Bounty Builder 44 is blue because it's a KO, so I always tend to make the KOs blue. And then the regular vanilla tournaments are green. So that's where we have the bigger 22 down here. So we've got ace king suited here. We're going to go for a min raise call. Yep, 45 left. A few questions then. Harry in the YouTube chat says, when did PokerStars allow you to swap between stack size and big blind size? I think it's been around for quite a while, but what I get confused about, because on Party you can click someone else's stack and it changes between big blinds and stack size, but this doesn't work on Stars. You have to click your own to get it to change, which is a bit clunky, I think. So it's, yeah, I mean, it's probably new, in the last year, I guess. Ace 10 off here. We have a lot of short stacks. I think I'm just going to go for a fold here. It's close, I think. Okay, let's have a look at this. So, cool. Orlando in the YouTube chat says you aren't going to use your stars caption. So I was using stars helper, and if you watched the stream last week, I was talking about how it completely messed up the computer. I don't know what happened, but there was a real problem. If you can hear that beat, that's my coffee finishing. So yeah, it completely messed things up, and I'm scared to use it. So what I've done is just, revert to PokerStars' help with the big blinds, and yeah, I don't have the function of Stars Helper, which is quite nice, which you can click some of the hotkeys and get the right bet size. But given that because I'm streaming, I'm not doing too many tables. I can do most of the stuff in my head. So like working out 3x, 3x arrays. When you're 8 tabling, you if you could just have a button to press. Thank you. It's good service here. Get coffees delivered to the table. I'm going to fold ace 5 off. Could do something else with that, I'm sure. So yeah, that's why. So I'm not using Stars Helper. Maybe I should use Stars Caption. Use Party Caption. King 8 suited here versus a 3x. Just going to fold. Ace Queen suited will stay on here then. Probably going to play this one. I think we can go either way in this spot. I think I'm just going to go for a call though. Like, this player's relatively tight over a small sample size. I'm sure that the EV difference isn't going to be too much with this hand. So he checks. Now he can have like aces and we can't. He can have ace king. We have a little bit of ace king, but he has like all the ace kings. We can have 6s and 4s, I think, but we don't really have that too many other hands. So we can do anything here. We can check or we can bet. I've gone for a check this time. He's checked once again. So now I'm just going to try and get value from some draws. Sizing wise, yeah, I'm not sure if he checks an ace that quickly twice, but I'm going to go for 2/3 here. Okay, well that was straightforward. I definitely think you can bet the flop and you can go for 3 streets against weaker ace X. I also recognise that it's a spot where we don't have too many strong hands, and he has, he has the ace king. He does have ace 6 suited and ace 4 suited, and we don't really. Okay, so 37 left then in the HODL 27. The next pay jump is at 26, so we don't really have to be thinking about that. I guess we should think about, see what other tournaments are available. So there's the Sunday starter that just started. I guess I should open that up to you guys. Do you want to, do you want to see that one? There's an $11 and a 109. The bigger 1650 as well. We could potentially play. There's a hotter 82. There's a $22 progressive. There's a bounty builder 22 at, coming up in like an hour and a half. So yeah, I'm kind of open to your suggestions, guys. If you want to see a particular tournament, then I'll play that. I'll play that tournament. Kind of just want to produce the content that you want to see, rather than just say, right, this is what I'm going to play today, and like it or lump it. So yeah, struggling here in the bigger 22. Nothing's really. I mean, if you saw the first hour, nothing really went right with that. We lost. We chopped with Ace King against Ace Deuce for 60 big blind pot against Susie, and we had sevens against her King 10 off, if it's a girl, and yeah. Up here we just defended with Ace Jack off in the big blinds. I think his range is going to be somewhat strong because of the short stacks. I really don't want to fold here, but also recognize that what are we really hoping for on the turn? So this is probably a spot where you're supposed to defend Ace Jack off, like it's too good to fold. But I'm going to just take sort of a somewhat more marginal spot and just fold. Jack Deuce off. I think we can limp. I also think we can just fold. Okay, well that makes our decision easier. So there is some ICM implications now. We don't want to be risking chips unnecessarily, but also it's a turbo, so we can't hang around. Which kind of goes against what I just said about the Ace Jack off. Well, I mean, that's one way to play 7 deuce. Don't really know what happened there. Okay, Ace 10 off. Hopefully we get folded to. We have a really easy decision. I think if this guy, I mean, that's pretty scary. I tell you, I mean, this is an easier spot. I think this guy will jam. Okay, well, I said this guy will jam. I'm just going to get it in. I don't like, sometimes it's going to be a really strong hand that he's trying to induce with, but I would have called if he jammed. So if he has a strong hand, then well played. Okay, well, he should just jam that 100%. He should just jam. So this guy here, I just folded Ace 10, right, because I was a bit scared about this guy, and he had pocket kings. So hashtag results. Ace 10 off here, just going to be a very straightforward jam against this player. He's already min-raised called 9-8 for, I mean, it was only 7 bigs, but yeah, very happy with Ace 10. We get called by worse. We deny equity. We have good fold equity, so it's a fairly good decision, fairly good jam. Guys, let me know if you can hear any like buzzing, because I just realised my girlfriend's doing some baking in the kitchen, which is only there, and yeah. The door is closed, but I kept this door open today because last week, if I put the light on, then it was just really hot in here. So that the window was closed, the door was closed, and the lights were on, and it was like being on stage. It was really hot. So I'm gonna jam jacks here. So today I've got this window open and I've got this door open. Try and get a bit of breeze through. I've only got one light on. Okay, let's see what happens here. I mean, pretty terrible call. He's a reg as well. I don't really understand that. Like, we have 350 hands on him. That seems really bad. Let's just recap this. So raise, we squeeze jam for 19 bigs, and he, did he think this was a bounty tournament or something? Because that, that doesn't seem very good. But yeah, we've gone from, we had what, 6 or 7 bigs to 43 bigs in the bigger 22. That's a pretty nice spin. 62 places paid, 124 left, so half the field to go before the money. 8-5 off, just going to be a fold. Let's see if there's any messages in the chat. Looks like we've got viewers across platforms today. We've got we've got the YouTube going. We have Twitch going as well. So let's go up here. King Jack off versus under the gun. I'm just going to go ahead and fold. Okay. King 3 off here is just going to be a fold versus this action. Okay, 7-5 suited, just going to be a fold here. Okay. Just trying to sort some social media stuff out at the same time. Let's try not to forget what we're doing. Okay, 3D soft. So 6 bigs. I mean, it's a pretty grim situation, but, not a lot we can really do here. Five deuce off, going to be a fold. Okay, king 10 off here from this position, just going to be a fold as well. Question from Lee in the YouTube chat. Said, I see players 3-betting suited broadways against early position raises. Is this just to balance their ranges using blockers? Is it worth doing against unknowns or just calling and keeping a higher SPR? Shout out to Quacky33 for the follow on Twitch. Okay, yeah, I think that's a great question. So at deeper stack depths, there's not much in it between calling and 3-betting. The obvious benefits from 3-betting is that you get to isolate a player. You get to fold out players behind. You get to make their strategies or ranges, more obvious. As soon as you 3-bet and they 4-bet, they tend to be a lot stronger. I'm going to call here. We've already seen Susie as a fun player. And flop a gut shot, but I'm not sure if we'll continue. We'll see what the action's like. Okay, so against a bet and a call, just drawing to a 10 where the 10 could give king queen a better straight. I'm just going to fold here. I guess if we had queen 8 with a backdoor flush draw, we could call. Yeah, so there's a lot of benefits to 3-betting, but also if you call, then you get to invite other players into the pot. So it's like a balancing act rather than like thinking of it like trying to balance their ranges. It's a balancing act between wanting to isolate a player and fold out everybody else and deny equity to other ranges behind. And then also, you know, wanting to play pots. You know, if the player opens, you don't know much about them, but the player in the big blind is really bad, then calling with more of those hands and playing some multi-way post-flop spots is pretty good. You know, it hurts the pre-flop raiser's ability to realize equity as soon as you call, because that invites other players to call, and then multi-way spots are just, you know, a lot more tricky to play. But yeah, there's a certain amount of balance as well, like to actually think about it. You know, if you want to be 3-betting your strong hands, then you I'm going to open ace jack off here. If you want to be opening your strong hands, then you need to be 3-betting some bluffs as well. Otherwise, you know, players don't have any incentive to play against you, or they will just nut pedal. So in the sense that they will, you know, just go for the calls that are you know, very obvious. You know, and they're going to make very strong hands. You know, like, you know, they would call a small pair because they know that if they hit a set, they're going to win a huge pot. I think, given that we're out of position 2 ways, like, you know, it wasn't a player in the blind that called. I'm going to start with a check, and just going to go for a check call in this spot. It's a pretty nice sizing for us to just go for a check call. Really unusual to see an overcall here, though. I mean, I really don't know what kind of hand that is. So anyway, we're going to go for a check. So King 10 goes ahead of us. So the Jack of Diamonds is really important here, because it now means that no one has like Jack 10 of Diamonds, King Jack of Diamonds, stuff like that. You can still have King 10, I suppose. So we now have a decision between value betting and checking. I think this player, when he bets half pot, probably has a hand like Ace 10. I don't think anyone has Queen Jack. So I think we can go half pot and get called by worse. We could also check in this spot. But yeah, I think it's really unlikely that someone has a really strong hand. This guy could have King 10, but I think we get value from this player with, you know, a worse 2 pair, or maybe like Ace 10, Ace 9. Let's see, he had Queen 10, so I mean, yeah, it's good to be value bet. I think a lot of the time there you can. It's funny because you can often in those spots, you know, think, oh yeah, players don't bluff enough, right? And then in the same breath, you say, right, I'm going to check here because I'm going to give my opponent a chance to bluff. And then it just doesn't, you know, it doesn't happen. So, you know, you have to sort of continue that consistent thinking. Jacks here, we have 4 bigs. Hopefully we can get a spin. I think we've locked up a pay jump. So, yeah, we've, you know, 26 got a pay jump. So we are going, you know, hopefully we can get a spin. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of hands that we beat. So, yeah, or we got a flip and win a flip. That's not a good start. Jack on the river. That's a really unfortunate, but you know, we did the best we could, and we got it in with a good hand, and you know, plus EV decision, and just wasn't meant to be this time. So we're gonna finish in 25th place, $66. Let's close that off. 9-4 off, just going to go for a fold. See how many left. So we've got 102 left, 62 paid in the bigger 22. Which is this one. 6-5 off, going to find a fold. Okay, so we cover both players in the blinds. Okay, well, we can't do anything now, but we might have done. So in a pretty good situation here. Excuse me. We actually cover everybody on the table, so that's great in a bounty tournament. Just going to see if there's any tournaments to play. Or any other tournaments. So as I said, there's the Sunday starter. So I want to throw it out to you guys. Like, what do you want to see? Do you want to see the mini one? Do you want to see the big one? Do you want to see both? Yeah, the bigger 1650 started at 11 as well. We can definitely play that. So yeah, just let me know in the chat, and I will fire up yeah, whatever you guys want to see, basically. So we've only got 2 tables now, so we could fire up both of them. But yeah, there's some other tournaments to play as well. I'm going to stick to 4 tables. I guess we could have some tables of it on another screen, bring them over as and when necessary. But yeah, I think it's. I mean, I'm fairly new to this whole streaming thing, so it's. I don't want to go too crazy and have like 12 tables, and then we have 4 tables on the main screen, and I'm bringing tables in and all of this. So yeah, I think that's going to be good to do. So whilst we have a lull, I guess, in proceedings, I'd love to talk to you about my group coaching program. So if you're interested in 4 interactive webinars every single month and an opportunity to join a group of students, but a group of players, like-minded players like yourself, then my group coaching is now available and is open for enrollment once again. So if you are interested in that, then just head to the link mttpokerschool.com/game-changer for more information. I'm going to fold here. And if you would like a special discount, special rate, then just use the code YouTube20 at the checkout and get 20% off. But yeah, just check out the website. Lots of information there about what the group coaching is, what happens in it, because there's lots of sort of elements to the group coaching. You know, as I said, there are 4 interactive webinars every single month. So basically every single Monday, apart from those months where there are 5 Mondays, we will get together on Zoom, have a group coaching session, and it sort of varies between theory, practical application, member hand histories, and stuff like that. Thanks to Dadouche86 for the follow on Twitch. So we're going to fold 6-8 here. But if you guys have any questions about that, I'm happy to answer any kind of questions you have about the group coaching. And like I said, check out the website, mttpokerschool.com/game-changer. I guess I could, not sure if I can put that in the stream title or not. Yeah, and if you want 20% off, then use the code YouTube20. There isn't one for Twitch, but you know, I'm streaming on this on YouTube as well, so yeah, use that code. So this is my first Twitch stream in quite a long time. We did a number of streams with the MTT Poker School crew. So we had Dwight Ninja. He had some really fun streams where he actually streamed from here, from my place, and yeah, I think that was pretty well received. And then we had Doobie Fish as well with some cracking streams. I think it was really good. It was really fun to have those guys streaming on the channel. I know that Van Helsing as well, he streamed a little bit. We tried to get Fugly onto the stream to do some streaming, but yeah, didn't quite make it. But maybe those guys will come back. So at the moment, the plan really was just to stream last Sunday and see what happened, and I think it was pretty well received. So I thought let's fire up the stream again. Let's try and put it to Twitch as well, because last week it just went to YouTube. So yeah, we're on YouTube and Twitch today, and but yeah, it's been a long time since I streamed on Twitch, but only a week since I last streamed on YouTube. But yeah, shout out to those guys, Ninja, Halsey, Doobie, and Fugly. So points for whoever can tell me what the scarf is in just up here. It's on the top of my door. I don't know if you can really see it that well, but there's a symbol and some text above it, which is pretty small. Okay, so 88 paid then in the bigger 22. Sorry, 62 paid, 88 left. We obviously don't have a decision here, so we're going to fold. But we can start, thinking through decisions a little bit slower, so to speak. Okay, Jack 9 off here. Min raise and a call. Another call. We cover everybody, so let's say that in Chippy V world this wasn't a call. I think it's probably quite close because these ranges should be somewhat strong, but in a bounty they're not. So let's say Chippy V it was a fold. In a bounty, like, it's absolutely fine to call wider, especially when you cover all three players, because you have a chance to win instant money. Okay, so it goes check check check. We have the most two pairs now. I think it's pretty hard for this guy could have a set, but I feel like he bets now. This guy doesn't probably check a set on the flop. This guy could have an overpair and be going for a check raise. So I think actually I'm going to go for a third pot. We get value from worse. That's a very, very quick call. Could just be like 2 overs. So 3 does improve a hand like ace-5. I think our hand's pretty strong though at this point. I don't think, we just talked about this earlier, how players I don't think are going to bluff. And, we could be in pretty bad shape here. I guess we could occasionally get value from 9-10, but I just don't see what bluffs, I guess Jack 10, 6-7 doesn't open. So it's literally Jack 10 and we have a Jack. I'm not sure we can necessarily go for the jam, but it is a bounty tournament, so like if he ever calls and we win, then we instantly win a bounty. I do think that's probably quite an interesting one to look at. So I'm going to review. Oops. Going to mark that one for review. Definitely want to, just to give some more thought to. I'm going to start with a limp here. Don't always get enough time to think it through and to explain things and stuff like that. So I do find it, like on Twitch, is a little bit trickier. Okay, so this player covers us. So we're going to have sort of less fold equity post-flop, if we end up trying to bluff. So I'm actually just going to fold here. I think Chippy V is kind of close, but maybe even just a fold. And also, like, he's supposed to be isolating 40-45% of hands there. And if he ever doesn't, it's like 30% instead, 35%, then our hand is just going to be a very, very easy fold. So yeah, just always be looking to adjust. I think that's the sort of the skill of sort of working with GTO ranges is understanding why they're happening. Like, why would that hand be a call sometimes? Is because this guy's range is, pretty wide, right? Or maybe not that hand, probably a bad example, but there are other hands where, against a player isolating 45% of hands, we're supposed to call, but against someone opening, isolating 30%, we have to fold. And I think it's really important to understand the why, right? And it's it's the case across the board, right? It's you can work with solvers, lots, but you need to know like why things are happening. That's a really loose call with 7-4. I feel better about my jam with Jack 9 now, thinking that he could have just called off with ace high or anything like that. King 10 off, I think, is just going to be a fold here. We don't cover him, and we have no real incentive to get involved. 'Kay, let's go down here. Ace 3 off. So 83 left and 62 paid. So 21 before the money. So a somewhat small field, 332 players. So this the 21 players to go before the money would be a lot quicker if it was like a 5,000 runner field. Big, huge field tournament. So you can fold a lot more. When it's going to take like 3 hands to get into the money. Here it's going to take a lot longer than that, given the size of the field. Uh, 10-7 off. This is going to be a fold. So we see, we've lost one player. It will go somewhat quickly. I think, if we can think about our decisions a little bit longer, then we have fewer spots that'll, be somewhat tricky close to the bubble. Yeah, so I mean 3-2 off, we obviously don't have a decision, but a player's busted already. So it might take 19 hands, which is just around a couple of orbits. But obviously we snap fold, everybody snap folds, we play like 40 or 50 hands instead. Okay, 10-9 off here, under the gun. We 1, 2, 3, 4. We cover 5 players, which is nice, but I mean that's never going to be an open. Let's go down here. I just want to see what King Comran's getting it in with this time. Given he got it in super light against us. I mean, actually got it in good here, but yeah, and a better call for sure. Another spot then, Jack 7 off. I'm just going to fold. So he's isolating pretty aggressively. At least, well, 2 for 2. Small sample size. Ace Jack off here, we are going to raise and probably fold and probably get it in against King Comran, who's had enough. And shout out to Nandogo for the follow on Twitch. So 79 left, 62 paid. I think our raise looks fairly strong, this close to the bubble. Queen high board, very dry, pretty tough for our opponent to have anything here. So we are going to go for a very small bet. In fact, I'm just going to go for a min bet. situation for us. Okay, 5-4 off then. 77 left. We are going to be folding. So I'm just looking in the lobby to see what tournaments to play next. And you can still get in the Bounty 11 and the Bounty 109, but they started 2 hours ago. I really don't think playing, registering for a Bounty tournament, you register with 12 bigs. I mean, variance is already higher because players are going to be gunning for you, but you have 12 bigs, everyone's going to be, going for you in that spot. So I don't think I think it's a good situation. We have an interesting spot here. We are going to call versus a 3-bet. Based on our sample, I feel like this player is capable of 3-betting some hands where Queen 10 is going to be doing well enough against it. It's a pretty nice flop. So we go for a check. We obviously have less fold equity, but we have a draw, and it's pretty strong. I mean, this is not ideal. I think against this sizing, like, it looks very strong, like ace king, aces, stuff like that. Versus the big bet, I'm not sure we necessarily want to just get it in, but if we call here and don't improve, then do we end up folding the turn? We would love to see all 5 cards, even though we're up against a very strong hand. We have a very strong draw, so I'm happy to get it in. He ends up having Jack 8. Wow, okay, that's a really nice turn. Hold, nice. Yeah, I mean, pretty fortunate, like, to get it in, so good. Sorry, pretty fortunate to get it in and hit, right? And we had a ton of outs, which is great. It's pretty unfortunate for him, but he obviously flopped pretty. We had the best hand pre, he had the best hand on the flop, but we had a lot of outs, and we hit one on the turn. Yeah, nice situation. So we can now cover everybody, which is maybe another reason for being happy to get it in. If we do win, we cover everybody, and we have a great shot at winning some bounties now. The bigger 22, oops, not that one. Just going to find the fold again. 9-3 off, 75 left, 62 paid. Uh, 10-5 off, we're going to find a fold as well. So 9 left now before the bubble bursts. Okay, 10-4 off, we're going to find fold. So I'm not sure what you guys think about not having any music on. I yeah, I guess it means that you can put your own music on. I remember streaming once, and the guy said, "Yeah, I like it without music because it means I can put what music I want on rather than, try to, listen to whatever the streamer wants to put on instead." So it kind of makes sense. Definitely makes it easier to. Oops, I've snap folded there. That's probably a bit of a mistake. Yeah, it makes it easier to edit, and if you want to put music on afterwards, in highlights or any other kind of video content, then definitely makes it easier. Although you can take the feed from streaming software and do the same thing, so it's not bad. Okay, let's jump up to the bounty builder. We've got a short stack here now, but we're not really getting too many strong hands. 12 big blind stack here, 22 bigs, 18 bigs. So, when we do have some hands, we have some opportunities to win bounties. But last few hands, we've had hands like this, so not great. And oh, this might be an only 2-card spot. I think these two will put. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, like, it's unusual that we would not, but they would fold to us. But the guy has like a third of a starting stack, has 1.5x starting bounty. It's a really amazing spot just to call with a very, very wide range of hands. But I don't think we get to call 8-5 off here. Against this player, I would have called if it was just up against him. This spot then, I keep forgetting that you can't click up here like on party to change the stack size. I don't think this is a good spot. I'm just going to fold. Couple of questions then in the chat. Let me see. On these high, low, low bricky boards like Queen 3-2 Rainbow in position versus the big blind where you see bet Ace Jack off. Do we? Hang on, I'm just trying to concentrate. There's a good comment in the chat. On these on these high, low, low bricky boards like Queen 3 deuce Rainbow in position versus big blind where you see bet Ace Jack off, do we check more from later positions or more from earlier positions? I think overall, like, it's just very hard for your opponent to have much at all on those boards. But the wider your range becomes, the more likely is that you have nothing on those kind of boards as well. So I would say that you're probably supposed to check more often from later position simply because of that reason. Whereas early position, you just have a lot of strong hands. Let's go down to the bigger 22 because we are 6 away from the money with the 10-3 off. One of you just said, haha, stalling that bubble before hand for hand kicks in. I mean, I have legitimate decisions here. Like, maybe this is a call. But those dry boards are just very, very good to see bet small because it's just really hard for the big blind to continue. From the small blind, blind versus blind, 20 to 30 bigs effective. Should your default strategy be raise fold or limp raise to protect your limping range, or does it depend on the big blind? A bit of both. So obviously against someone who I think is going to isolate correctly. Talking of isolating, we are going to isolate this player here. And I'll come back to that question in a minute. Yeah, call from the big blind. I expect this player to come along as well. Flop second pair. I mean, we can get some value here, but I think on the whole we want to check. I guess we can bet small here as well. Like we could still get called by weaker Jack X hands. I think we have a very strong hands on this kind of board. You know, ace king, kings, jacks, hands that can continue, ace 10, ace queen, stuff like that. And we still get called by queen 10, maybe some 10-9s, queen 9s, flush draws. But yeah, I mean, there's a chance that this is incorrect. We maybe need to check back more frequently. I think I would definitely check back like queen jack or jack 10, something like that, where it's harder to get called by worse. But here I still think we get called by enough hands. Versus the check raise, on a board where we have a lot of strong hands, I'm not going to continue here. I don't think he's going to be finding enough bluff raises in the first place. And in those situations, like, we can start overfolding. Ordinarily we wouldn't want to, but he's check raising through this player. We can have a lot of strong hands on that board. I think that he is pretty strong. Even if we give him some bluffs, like some combo draws, those have pretty reasonable equity against us. So yeah, to talk about this blind versus blind stuff then. So 20 bigs is quite interesting because you can definitely just do some jamming, and the strategy could just be that you limp some hands, so you limp call or limp jam some hands, you limp fold other hands, and then you jam hands like ace queen off, ace jack off, ace 10 off, a lot of offsuit ace x hands. You maybe jam some small pairs as well, like 2s through 6s, maybe 5s, and then the other hands, like 7s, 8s, you can go for a limp call if they jam, or a limp jam if they isolate you. I think those sound, I think that's reasonable. You maybe want to go a little bit stronger than GTO. So like, if let's just say pocket 7s is a limp jam or a limp call when they jam, you maybe want to just jam 7s in the first place, because your opponent's not going to isolate wide enough. We talked about this earlier on. They're supposed to, jam or isolate like 40 to 45% of hands across the board, like any stack size. Sometimes it's going to be jamming rather than raising. Like, you're not going to jam against your limp at 100 bigs. But I don't think that many players are enough of the population are doing that, right? So jamming 7s is somewhat better. It could be close to like 7s and 6s, but basically the idea is that you don't just follow GTO ranges, because the GTO ranges assume that everyone's playing perfectly. So the big blind's going to isolate with that 40 to 45% range. And if they're not going to jam the hands they're supposed to jam, they tend to just raise or jam the very obvious hands. Then we you have to adjust. And Edward in the YouTube chat saying, hey, you're doing it every Sunday. Excellent news. Well, we've definitely gone for 2 Sundays in a row. Just going to continue until, not sure where we... Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun. I found it a lot of fun last week, so I decided to fire it up again. And we are going to raise here with ace queen suited. And YouTube chat, well done. You're welcome is what I meant to say to one floaty boy in the chat. Monotone board then. I think we are going to start with a check. We maybe get to do a little bit of betting with top pair, like, you know, but a lot of this player's range is going to be some suited stuff, and, you know, some of it is going to have connected with this board in the sense that it's a flush, and some of it is going to completely whiff, so we can check in and call them. When the big blind calls as well, I think this is kind of close. I'm going to call, but I think any more action on turns and rivers, I'm actually just going to give up. Are we in the money? So the bigger 22, let's just go down to that. We're 52nd of 63, 62 paid. So hand for hand now. No stalling allowed. Okay, we're going to check ace queen. Yeah, this looks very strong. This guy has a lot of hearts, forget, for flatting in the big blind. You can also have a hand like 5-7 or 5 deuce now, I guess. Not sure that continues on the flop, but okay. So this like makes our decision really, really easy. Yeah, I mean that's exactly what we kind of assume. I think fours might just want to call turn and then decide on the river. Calling Jack 9 suited here pre seems a bit loose, I would say. Okay, we are still on the bubble, and we have 7-4 off, so I like these easy decisions. We don't need to stall now. I mean, think through our decision. Stalling, bad for the game. Okay, so queen deuce suited here. So we're coming up to a break. I'm going to register some more tournaments after the break. So we have the Sunday starters. We're going to have the biggest 1650 to register. There's the Bounty Builder 22 that starts in just over half an hour. We're going to defend here. It's a bigger race size, but it's fine. If you look at the antes out there as well, kind of makes up for it. Versus a small bet, we can continue here. He checks back pretty quickly. I think we're just going to go for a check. I think we've just got enough showdown value. I don't think we need to bet for protection. Like, he can still have some stronger hands that go for a check back here. So, and we'll decide versus a turn bet what we want to do. It's a pretty small bet. So I think, this is such a small bet. I'm going to continue, but there's every chance this is not correct. Like, it's probably really, really close. Maybe it's really bad, actually. Okay, down here in we're right on the bubble. I'm just going to fold king queen off. Okay, so we end up winning with queen deuce. I think it's reasonable against the small bet. Like, if he bet big on the turn, then I would fold. But I'm going to mark that one for review because I'm not 100% sure on, like, maybe it's just too loose. But I think versus the small bet, like, we obviously have to continue a decent part of our range because he's bet so small. Like, we can't just let him bet tiny and, you know, we fold too much. But yeah, there's every chance that was, you know, not great. So we'll mark it for review and we'll, you know, learn from it, and that's the process. And shout out to Dwight Ninja in the chat, in the YouTube chat, YouTube streets. I'm going to fold 8-7 off. Okay, that's the break, guys. So oops, wrong one. We're right on the bubble of the bigger 22 with 11 big blinds, about to hit the big blind. And we have 72 big blinds, no bounties yet, but we're up to 13K in the $44 bounty builder. I'm going to take a 4 or 5 minute break. I'll be back after that. Hope you guys stick around for more of this. And we're going to register some more tournaments as well, so we're not just focusing on these two. All right, guys, see you in about 5. Right, guys, we are back. Oops. On the bubble of the bigger 22. We're probably not going to play this hand, but we'll see what happens. Some great comments and questions coming through on the chat. Just going to try and find the chat once again. So Edward said, it was great content last week. Really enjoyed it. Being able to talk through hands and spots in real time is great. Yeah, we talked about this a little bit earlier on. How I wish it could be like really real time. Like I play a hand and you can ask questions straight away and you get, you know, real sort of interactive or interaction. But there is a 4-minute delay, which is, you know, I recognize is not ideal. Button should jam here. Probably any 2 cards. Lee in the YouTube chat says, if they're not ISOing 40%, do we then change our strategy to raise folding or limp calling tighter? And Dwight Ninja has got straight in there with some feedback. There we go. There's a jam. I expect it to be any 2 cards here, but not that we can do anything with 9-3 suited. We're going to fold. So Ninja in the chat said, limp wider, call ISO tighter. So yeah, you get to play a lot of those hands that maybe are not profitable if you have to fold them too frequently versus an ISO. You could limp those hands, you know, talking like 8-3 off, 8-2 off, 7 deuce off. You know, you could play those kind of hands if the player's not isolating wide enough. But also, I think that you could play more aggressively. So if they're not going to isolate some of the hands that you want them to, so that you can go for a limp jam or a limp raise, then raising in the first place seems reasonable. But lots of things to be thinking about in that spot. King 4 off here is just a fold. Let's see. Excuse me. So there's a 6K stack in the bigger 22. We're just going to fold here. That's 6 big blinds. That's the shortest stack in the tournament at the moment. But yeah, you definitely want to be calling tighter versus someone that's not isolating wide enough. Okay, Jack 3 off, going to be a fold. Okay, let's play some more tournaments. And looks like we got a few follows during the break. So Old Boy and Siscockid27. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. King Queen off then. We'll probably play this. Let's have a look at the stacks behind. So I'm going to go 2.5 here. We are playing sort of 70 plus bigs effective against couple of players. Ace Jack 9 boards. So I mean, we definitely have, you know, obviously we have a gut shot here. We have a lot of strong hands on this board. I expect them to, you know, be 3-betting aces and jacks and 9s pre, maybe even ace jack as well, ace 9 at some frequency. So I'm actually going to go for a bet here, and we have a lot of strong hands here, so we get to use a bigger size. And there's some hands that we just want to, you know, not continue with. All right, we just want to check back. Once we get called, he's have some hands that we still beat, like Queen 10. He can have 10-8 now that's improved to a straight. Excuse me, let's get a drink. Well, a lot of his range is going to be hands that beat us. So ace X and, you know, jack X. So I'm going to check back here. Hopefully hit a 10. That'd be lovely. Ooh. 10 of hearts then on the river. What a lovely spot for us. Okay, so I guess we could raise to 18. If he ever has a straight, like he ever has an 8 here, he doesn't have too many 8s. I'm a bit conscious of time here, but I'm going to go for it. I need a bit more time to think about this, and it's like I just don't think we get called very often. So maybe making a smaller raise is better. But if he ever does have a hand like 10-8 or some sort of 8x, like I don't know, yeah, it basically just needs to be 10-8. Then it's a really hard fold for him. We're now in the money in the bigger 22, which is lovely. Yeah, I'm actually going to mark that king queen hand. And yeah, I guess just simply because it's pretty tough for him to have much that he can call with. You know, when there's an obvious, like king queen's a straight and 8x is a straight, like he might start hero folding for, you know, for an all-in size, he starts hero folding the bigger hands, sorry, 2-pair hands, which, you know, versus a, let's say we just 3x it, then he, you know, he may be sort of calls because he feels that we could be bluffing in that spot. So yeah, I think that maybe the jam's incorrect, but just because it's hard for him to have some strong hands, and we definitely do. I'm going to fold 8-7. I was a bit unsure there. Still looking at that king queen hand. I'm going to fold 10-3 suited here. So we're in the money, but we, you know, towards the back of the pack or the bottom of the pack. I guess bottom. Gonna fold 3 deuce off. And you're welcome, Lee. Let's go back up here. We've got queens now. We've got a nice stack. We cover almost everybody. Well, this is these two we don't cover. I think I'm going to go 2.3x this time. We are playing, you know, deepish against these two, but everyone else has like 30, 40 bigs, so I think 2.3 is fine. That's a pretty nice flop. It's really hard for him to continue here. Like, we have the queen of hearts as well. We block top pairs. You can still have 9, 10, jack 9, stuff like that. I think this is supposed to be a check sometimes. I'm actually going to slow play this one. Yeah, could be wrong about that. I think it's, you know, given that we have the queen of hearts, but also like, just having 2 queens is you know, pretty good or pretty bad. I'm just going to go for a call here, and you know, as long as he doesn't have 6-4 or 9-6, you know, you can definitely have some 2 pairs here. So I think this is more like, you know, if he bets, we can jam now. The pot's more appropriate, where he's going to have some strong hands to call that, you know, he's never going to think that we have better. So yeah, I'm gonna jam here. Like I said, like we sometimes run into a straight, like it's, you know, he could definitely have a straight, but he could also have a set. He could also have 2 pair, and the highest EV line's definitely to rip here on the river. He has a $20 bounty as well, so it's definitely a spot where we want to get all in. Unfortunately, we don't win that bounty, but I think it's a reasonably played hand. But yeah, guys, let me know in the chat what you think about the check back with queens there. Do you think we should just bet? Like, do we just bet a small size on that board? You know, forget the fact that we have queens. Is it a spot where we should bet small? Could definitely be. But it worked out this time. Hashtag results. Sadly, not the perfect result that we eliminated him, but you know, we got 2 reasonably sized bets out of him. Okay, so yeah, we're somewhat struggling in the bigger 22. 6 bigs here, not great spot. I feel like this is the same thing that happened in another tournament where we just got short. Oh, I think it was the hot at 27, and we got jacked in against ace king, and you know, didn't win a flip. So we're going to ignore that hand and go up here where we're going to overcall. We cover both players. It's a really nice spot. We're going to check. Okay, and I'm going to fold versus this action. Just fired up the bigger 1650 to play as well. And probably play the Sunday starter. Yeah. So there's 50 bigs at the moment if we reg now, so I might wait for just for the next blind level, start with 40 bigs. Excuse me. Just gonna keep an eye on the chat. So if you're watching on Twitch, this is the first Twitch stream for quite a while. And but I did stream on YouTube last Sunday as well. I'm streaming on YouTube again this Sunday, so if you prefer YouTube, you can watch on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube and you prefer Twitch, then you can watch on Twitch as well. Whatever works for you works for me. We have 5 big blinds then in the bigger 22. Oh, jacks again. Let's see how it goes this time. So the bigger 27, as I said, we got jacks off a short stack, got it in, didn't win a flip. This time, maybe we'll win a flip. Susie took us to the cleaners earlier. Well, she eliminated us on our first bullet. We had 7s against King 10 off for like 23 bigs. She potted it pre and we jammed and she snap called and we didn't hold. Like 2 hands before that, we got in ace king against her ace deuce suited for a 60 big blind pot and chopped. So yeah, I'm hopeful for this spot with jacks. Let's see what happens. Okay, well, I mean, there's still every chance we get it in good here because we have pocket jacks. I mean, it's a great situation for us. Not a great flop. Can we do a hold? Ooh, that's a pretty tasty hold, to be honest. Susie, thanks for the chips. Thanks for holding on to them for a little while and then giving them back. Okay, so 16 bigs, a little bit of a spin. A bit of a donation from Jack 10 suited, I think. But, I mean, maybe versus a jam and a call. Jack 10 suited might have, I mean, maybe has right equity to get it in there. $38.49, bigger 22. Let's win this one. 9-3 off. Gonna fold. So we do have other tournaments going. We've got the $44 bounty builder up to 93 big. Somehow we have 4x, almost 4x starting stack and no bounties. So that's unfortunate. We have starting stack over here, or just under starting stack. I think we've just lost the antes that we've had to post so far in the bigger 1650. So some feedback from the White Ninja in the YouTube chat on that Queen 8-3 flush draw board. I think you just have to go range close to min bet with pocket queens. Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, I think yeah, I can definitely see that betting the flop is the way to go. That's cool. And some other of you guys talking about the queen's hand. So one floaty boy on YouTube says, I check flop with queens there, but I would go for the turn raise. He might want to see some rivers, and on the river it will make a better price for him to call with semi bluffs. Yeah, so he could definitely have some some hands that he wants to. Let's see if I can find the hand and we can talk through it. Oh no, we've moved tables, sadly. Yeah, I think raising flop is reasonable. Again, like we block a lot of his continues, but maybe like does he lead call with a queen? Like he's more likely to lead call with a draw, so we get value from those hands rather than lead call with a queen that feels a little bit scared that we have a really strong hand. So yeah, I think that could be a reasonable strategy. I think I did mark it for review. So have a quick look. Again, we've moved tables, so yeah, I'm pretty sure we marked it for review. So a good one to look at. But I'll try and remember it if I didn't mark it. So yeah, there's quite a few questions came from that hand, right? So is it just a board where we just bet really small very often? Is it a spot where we ever do some checking back with top set? Versus a turn, well, and that's then leads on to the next question, right? Because if it's a spot where we just always bet, we don't even need to worry about the turn, because we should just always bet the flop. If there's some checking with top set, I'm going to go for a raise here. Let's go back up to this table. I'm going to go 2.3, I think. If it's a spot where you do check back top set, then we can go on to the next bit and say, okay, what do we do versus a raise? Do we, versus a turn stab or turn probe, I guess. Do we, what do we do? 10-5 deuce board, not many straight draws on this board. I think I'm just going to range bet for a small size, probably about 25% pot. Seems pretty reasonable. And down here, I feel like we've flopped the world. I'm just going to go for a check call. I think our equity is like pretty good, but he just has a lot of strong hands. I don't think we have many raises here at all. Like, what strong hands do we actually have? For a check up here, I think we can actually go for value with ace-6 here. Maybe it's a little thin. And down here, I mean, I don't know what he's bluffing. There's a problem. Yeah. Do we just have enough equity to call? Like, he has all the strong hands. How many outs do we have? I guess it's just a pot odds conundrum, where we need like 40%. Do we have 20 outs? I hate folding here, but I really like, he just has a lot of strong hands. Aces, kings, queen 10, stuff like that. I don't think that he's doing this with a worse hand, like 9-10 of clubs. This feels really nitty to fold here. Yeah, berate away in the chat, guys, because I'm sure you guys don't like that. Obviously, it's a horrendous mistake if he has 10-9 of clubs, 10-8 of clubs, 9-8 of clubs, something like that, and he does get to bluff. But I think that overall, he's just going to have like ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-10, king-jack, jacks, kings, aces, queen 10, stuff like that. I'm going to mark it for review. I'm not thrilled, honestly, about that one. But yeah, I'm getting ready for the nit comments in the chat for sure. So we're going to call here with ace-queen. We had raised pre and it went multi-way. We check flop and now he's min-bet. We're just going to go for a call. Question in the chat from Marwin. What is the name of your Twitch channel? Thanks. So, actually, let me just comment. I'm probably just going to fold here. He needs to have some, I guess he could have diamonds. He can have jack 10 to min-bet. We're going to have like ace-queen with the ace of clubs, for example, which is just going to make a really easy call here, I think. I'm going to find a fold. This kind of close, I think. He can definitely have some bluffs there, but I just don't think that he's going to find enough of them. Question on Twitch. Since I'm new, what's up with the screen name and profile pic? Okay. So profile pic, it's my good friend Fugly. So during Scoop, we all decided to post the avatar of a funny picture of our group. So there's 5 of us in the group. Just one person decided they didn't want to be involved in that, which is, fair enough. Bit of a spoil sport, but whatever. So I went with Fugly, and this is a funny picture of him from I don't know when. And then my screen name. So when I first got into poker, it was considered that if you could somehow have what looked to be a female name, you would get less respect, right? That was sort of the consensus, right? It's not something that I agree with or anything like that. But if you had a female name, then you would get less respect. And I thought that would be a thing. I'm not sure if it's given me any additional EV ever, but that's why I went for the Missy part. And then the Gazelle, well, I mean, Gaz is short for Gareth. That's me. That's my name. And then, yeah, the Gazelle bit, I don't really know. The Gazelle. But then that name became Gazelig, so that's what a lot of people in poker know me as, Gazelig. So let's go back up here. This is, we're playing 8-handed. We cover everybody at the table. So, again, I said this earlier, but if it's a slightly losing chip EV play, then getting involved is for in a bounty is reasonable. So Missy Gazelle became Gazelig, and Gazelig is what I would, if I could choose a PokerStars name now, that is what I would choose. Like my online poker name is Gazelig. Queen 7-7 boards. I'm just going to check and probably give up here. Out of position. Question from Mr. Mickey Smiles in the YouTube chat. Doesn't checking protect your checking range for when you have nothing? I mean, if it's, so that we're going back to that Queen 8-3 board where we check back top set. I'm just going to fold here. Where we check back top set. If it's a board where we're supposed to c bet all the time, we don't need to worry about checking back to protect our checking range, right? Because we don't check ever. We don't check some good hands and some strong hands and some weak hands as well. We just c bet everything instead. So if that's the strategy, then we just go with that. We don't need to worry about balance or protection for our checking range. If it's a spot where we are supposed to do some checking, then absolutely it will protect your range somewhat, and also it just makes sense as a check because you block a lot of his continues. Starting stack, I don't think this is a call. I could be wrong on that for sure. Let me know in the chat, guys, what you think. But given that he's got a starting stack and a starting bounty, 7-5 off, was it 7-5 off? Yeah, 7-5 off seems a little bit too loose to call there, but yeah, let me know in the chat, guys. But yeah, so the pocket queens makes a sort of a natural check because it blocks a lot of his obvious continues, which is top pair. But the key thing is to work out, is it definitely a spot where we are supposed to, just c-bet range, right? If it is, then everything else doesn't matter. Like we can just, c-bet. And I guess we could check exploitatively if we feel like, he's going to stab turns and bet rivers too frequently. But yeah. Okay, we have ace king off here, 39 of 42. We got jacks in against eights and jack 10 suited. This is a great spot. Get it in good quite a lot of the time here. He has queen 9 suited, so let's see if we can win. That's a great flop. It's an amazing turn. And we double up there to 18 bigs, deeper in, sort of deepish in the bigger 22. King queen suited now. We'll see what we want to do here. So yeah. I think we just get it in. Yeah. I don't know too much about this guy. First, Uzbek. Is he from Uzbekistan? Yep. 42 left. Yeah, I think we just jam here. We have fold equity, and then if we get it in bad, we just got to get there. Let's see what happens. So just trying to read some of the chat as well, guys. Okay, so that's nice. Up to 22 bigs in the bigger 22. Okay, gonna fold here. Gonna register some more tournaments, I think. So you can play the mini Sunday starter. I asked you guys if you wanted to see the big boy. No one said anything, so I was happy to play the 109, but no one said that they really wanted to see it. So maybe you guys just want to see some more like low to mid stakes action today, which is fine as well. Okay, so if you just joined us, we have 4 tables. We've got a 44 bounty builder. We're up to 18k, but we haven't got any bounties yet. Not really sure how. I guess when we've made strong hands, we have shoved and they haven't called. So we've, picked up a lot of chips, but not eliminated anybody. Bigger 1650, we have 28 bigs. Bigger 22, we're in the money. 27 or 41, 22 bigs there. And then the Sunday starter, we just registered now, 40 bigs, starting stack. So let's go up here with ace-10 suited. I'm going to go for a 2.3, roughly playing 40 bigs effective against everybody. And we get folds. Going to fold 6-4 off. Shout out to Basil9 for the follow on Twitch. Let's go down here, 9-8 off. Going to fold. Okay, we'll play this one then. We'll defend 10-7 suited. We cover this guy. Flop a little piece. Small bet. We've got some backdoor draws. I don't think we want to fold too soon with this hand. We could actually check raise it as well. But I'm going to take the passive route and just go for a call. Pretty bad turn. If you face a double barrel, we're just going to fold now. We just raised 8s down here in the bigger 22. Got it through, so up to 24 bigs. Question from Basil9 in, let's go back up here. Face a really big bet now. We have a really easy fold. We had 10-7 of spades we'd call if we have 9x of spades or other 7x of spade hands, 10-8 of spades, 8-6 of spades, stuff like that. We can continue. This looks pretty strong, but I'm going to go for a fold now. So Basil9 said, is this real money on Twitch? It's definitely real money. So $44 bounty builder, 1650, bigger 1650. Bigger 22 and $11 Sunday starter. Queen 9 suited here. I don't think it's quite strong enough to raise call. I'm just actually going to check back. Reasonable flop. Question or comment from Dwight Ninja in the chat. Hope you've marked that Queen Jack of clubs. Very interesting hand. Yeah, I agree. I didn't love it. Okay, so we see a bet here. I'm just going to go for a call. We obviously have, pretty strong hand, a lot of equity on this board. So we improve a little bit to, we have a gut shot and a flush draw now. Queen high just could still be good. He's limped. He could have some other hands here. King's probably better for him, I would say. Although we're going to float the flop versus a min bet with a decent number of King X hands, so I think there's too much to say there. Queen 9 suited, not sure it's the best bluff if he checks. Like, what are we trying to get to fold? Like, we really want him to have diamonds that have bet twice. I think a lot of the time on these boards, when the diamonds miss, the obvious draws miss, and we're not going to be, value betting a 5 on the river, like, 5-4, ace-5, stuff like that, that we get called a lot, a lot lighter. He could just have, like, some hands. I don't think we get too much to fold that's better. He has 10-7. Yeah, I'm going to mark this one for review. It's one of those spots where maybe need a little bit more time to think things through than the 15 seconds that you get, especially when I'm trying to explain it to you guys as well. But I think it's reasonable. Like, we still win with queen high sometimes. We beat his weaker flush draws. We beat his other weaker hands. I'm not sure. When we've got 2 reasonably big diamonds, I'm not sure we want to bluff them. I think a better bluff is going to be worse diamonds or like something that never wins at showdown. Like queen high can still win at showdown. So Ninja in the YouTube chat says, got to go now, start the session myself. Good luck. Bigger 22 is yours. Be nice. And good luck in your session as well. Big Sunday. I feel like you're starting quite early today. So 36 left. Nine tables. 3 tables to go before the final. Let's go up to 8-7 suited. Going to raise call. I'm actually going to make it 2.3 if we get folded to here. Because, okay. I'm going to call. We cover this guy and we cover this guy. He might shove, but you know, playing a pot with him is good. It's not that interesting hand though, but this one is going to make it 3x over the limp here. Go back to 7-8 suited. I'm actually just going to fold now against this action. And we'll concentrate on aces. I mean, what a spot. I mean, shoving, I think calling is going to be the highest EV line here, because if we call, this guy could catch a piece that he can't fold. But jamming is obviously going to get it in against this guy. Hopefully it's not a, okay, this is perfect. So like if it was a king high board and he has queens, jacks, tens, nines, stuff like that, it's not a great situation. But if this guy ever has like king 7 now, then we managed to win even more money. Okay, so you know, it was fairly obvious that he had a hand like that. But it's a great situation for us. You know, very, very happy. Mr. Mickey smiles then in the YouTube chat. What is the typical field size during the day in these $30 ABI tourneys? The ones I play on Stars seem to have thousands of runners, but that's generally later in the day. Yeah, so I mean, I can tell you. So the 44 Bounty Builder has 631 runners. The bigger 1650 late reg ends in 11 minutes, but it has 537 runners so far. The bigger 22 has had 332 runners. And the mini Sunday starter will be a biggish field. Oh, it's only 968. Not too much. Let's go up here then to the bigger 1650, still in late reg. We are going to jam. There's king suited. But yeah, I like playing the sort of the early morning grind, the EMG as I always call it, because the field sizes are smaller and sort of variance is lower, but you do miss out on the, you know, the bigger ROIs. I would say, yeah, the big field tournaments, when you bink one of those, the ROI is massive and definitely changes your ROI, like your overall ROI. Folds here. I'm just going to fold. And queen jack suited. Kind of close between jamming and min raising. I'm just going to go for a min raise here, I think. Probably min raise fold. See a limp. Oh, sorry, a call here. So these 10 high boards, he's going to flat some 10x hands in small blind. So like 10-9, jack 10, queen 10, king 10, you know, that kind of thing. So like 10 high board, like paired 10 high boards, not that great, I don't think. So I'm actually going to go for a check here. Like usually on a paired board versus small blind, we can, you know, we can bet. But I'm actually just going to go for a check. And we will call turn and go from there. Okay, and now we're just going to fold. Okay, so playing pretty deep here. I think this kind of board we can... Yeah, I'm going to go with the check. I think there is some betting going on here with best ace-x hands. So yeah, I think that's worth just thinking about. Here on the turn, I feel like we can go somewhat small, still get value from flush draws, weaker ace-x, some jack-x, pair plus draw type hands. We still have some really strong hands here, like aces, jacks, eights, ace-8. Question from Van Helsing in the Twitch chat says, when will Doobiefish return to poker? I mean, that's a tough question. I know he's got some... So our good friend Doobiefish is currently building a poker crib, poker room in his garage, which doesn't sound as good as it looks. It looks a lot better. Like, his ideas are fantastic. So yeah, I'm excited to see that. Right, we'll go down here because we're probably going to play this one. 29 of 33, bigger 22, 12 bigs. Question from Lee Treblecock in the YouTube chat. Queen 9 of diamonds, is that not worth a jam on the turn? We could jam that. We could, but I think call is nice. Ace queen suited here, we're just going to jam. Maybe he folds. Maybe he's going to induce with worse. This hand's just good enough to get it in. So it could be a fairly big hand at 33 left in this tournament. We run into aces. Oh, that's a juicy flop. Wow, how do we not get there? That is absolutely unreal. But yeah, pretty unfortunate to run into aces in that spot there. I think you will agree. So we're out of the bigger 22. We have aces over here, though. Everyone's playing pretty deep. We'll go 2.3x. Go back up to the Bounty Builder 44. We're going to peel here with middle pair. We're going to check. Call the turn, I think. Yeah, seems good. So yeah, pretty unfortunate to run in such a strong hand, but I don't really know what, there's anything else that we can do in that spot. So we're going to close off the bigger 22, and we're going to check here and sometimes beat some hands, ace king, something like that. We'll go back down to aces, where we've been 3-bet to a reasonable size. I don't really know anything about this player. I think 4-bet's going to look really, really strong from me here. But I still want to do it, I think. So 21, 20. Going to make it like... I think it's going to look really strong. But if he ever has a strong hand like kings, queens, ace, king, like, he's just going to get it in. And we can 4-bet fold to this size, I think. Okay. Okay, just going to check. I mean, we have pretty much a lock on this hand. I don't think he's 3-bet calling like king, queen, queen, 10, stuff like that. So we might have, this might be a situation where, potentially we could have got it in. But I mean, if he has kings or queens, then he has kings or queens. I don't think we need to be worried about suited hands. Going to check again. Give him a chance to bluff. So he's 3-bet range, 3-bet call. Like, is he really going to check back an ace for a third time on this river? I don't think we get value from too much in this spot. So I quite like check. The problem is, like, I just don't know that he's going to bluff very often. But what do we get value from when we bet? Like, we're looking at, like, kings and queens. That's basically it. But if he has, like, ace-king, I don't think he has ace-king. I'm actually going to talk myself into a bet here. Like, he raises some strong hands here. We still get a bit of value from kings and queens. I don't think he's ever going to bluff. Hopefully he's got jacks. He has ace-queen. I mean, that seems... I don't know. Okay, maybe. Maybe we induced with a small bet. I don't know. Shout out to Mr. Marlborough for the follow on Twitch. So that's aces we've had twice. Great situation for us. Tom Sim, has said, EMG as you would call it. So as I was saying that, I was hoping that you weren't watching, because that's obviously your phrase. But, I don't think you trademarked it. So unlucky. I think we can all use EMG for the early morning grind. But you have also said, good luck in the session. So I appreciate that. Mr. Marlborough on the Twitch chat says, hola. So hola, mi amigo. To you too. Streaming today on Twitch and the YouTube. I'm going to fold threes here. Let's see if there's anything else to reg. Oh, there's the $22 bounty builder. Let's get in that. Okay then. Yeah, if you've just joined us, we've got 4 tournaments, as you can see here. We've got the 44 bounty builder up to 20k, so we have 4x starting stack and no bounties. Don't know how. We're in the bigger 1650. Nothing's really happened for us here, and we've played, a couple of hands, haven't won anything. We just registered for the 22 bounty builder here, so we have starting stack. And then mini Sunday starter, we've had aces twice and doubled up both times. Very, very fortunate situations for us. Jack 7 off, going to check. So Lee in the YouTube chat says, surely that Queen Jack suited is a bet call on the flop with 10 big blinds and fold equity. I don't remember where that was now. Oh, the Queen Jack of spades I had. Oh, with 10, yeah, on the 10-10x board, yeah. It's just that he has more 10x as a proportion of his range because he flats like a lot of 10x in that spot. And I don't think it's a board where we necessarily need to see bet. I mean, you can just see bet really small on that board for sure. But you can also check back sometimes. But yeah, think about what we're trying to achieve with the bet as well. And we get to see a free turn card, and then when he bets, small, we get to see a river card for pretty cheap, and we've got to see all 5 cards for only 2 big blinds. Rather than like betting and then he raises and then we're like, okay, does he have a 10? Does he have a better flush draw? Like he never gets it in there with a worse flush draw. I mean, we block the worst flush draws like Queen 9 of spades or Jack 9 of spades, stuff like that. So it just doesn't, it's not great. Gonna fold 8-3 here. Let's go up to pocket 9s then. But that Queen Jack suited hand is an interesting one. Could definitely have a look at it later. See what the solver says. Don't think it's going to be too. The EVs aren't going to be too different between betting and checking. So raise calling with 9s here. Fold 8-6. We'll go down to pocket 5s in the $22 bounty builder. If we get 3-bet, we're going to call. Ace King 8 board, so an amazing board for us, but you know, for our range, but not great for our hand. And so we're going to check. Let's go over to Ace 9 suited. I am going to limp behind here, see if we can see a multi-way pot for one big blind. Pocket fives in the 22 bounty. We're just going to fold on this board. No need to get involved. Let's go back over to mini Sunday starter. Okay, so we face a pot size bet. We don't close the action. It's a really easy fold. I think even if I had ace 9 of diamonds, I would fold here. So yeah, really nice, really easy. We're going to have threes. We're going to have ace 3 suited. We probably don't ever have better than that though. Like aces and jacks would raise, ace jack would raise, stuff like that. But you know, we're going to have, I guess, some combo draws as well. Ross in the YouTube chat says, good luck, Gareth. Appreciate that, Ross. Thank you. Let's go to here. Had ace queen previous hand. I think we've raised 3 hands in a row now. We had fives, ace queen, and eights. We got squeezed with ace queen off after raising early position, and I just decided to let it go. Here we're raising eights from under the gun. Get a call from the hijack. Jack 9-7 board, probably just going to give up here, multi-way, third pair, face a bet here. We do have a gut shot, but it's pretty weak, you know. And sometimes we're going to improve to a straight and we don't have the nuts, which is never a good place to be. We'll peel here with ace-6 of clubs. Flop 2 pair here. Could be interesting. I mean, it's another pot size bet. And a call. I honestly think this is just a rip. So I don't expect this guy to have aces or queens. I don't expect this guy to pot aces or queens. So I think we're going to get it in pretty good here a lot of the time. We can't really raise to any other sizing, and I don't want to call. So I'm just going to rip with 2 pair here. Up against ace 9, great result for us. Great turn card. Yes. Boom. Up to 200 big blinds. Might sit out for an hour till we get down to a more comfortable stack. Okay, ace queen off then, the bigger 1650. We'll be jamming unless it goes like, I don't know how, raise, jam, maybe we fold. Okay, well, we're definitely jamming now. If he jams, we get it in. If he min raises, we jam. If he folds, we jam. So basically, how does Bob Marley like his donuts? We're jamming. Okay, same hand. Ooh, free roll. Free roll, spade. Okay, pocket threes. Might play this one. We cover everybody at the table. This guy's 3x'd it. Definitely going to call here. We have pocket sixes over here in the Money Sunday starter. I'm going to raise here. Threes, we didn't flop a set, so we're probably going to be done with the hand. I got hands everywhere here. We have, okay, so versus this, we're just going to find a fold. Not closing the action. Pocket nines here against this guy. I think I'm just going to shove. We could potentially get this guy's bounty in. This guy might just go, oh, this guy's only jamming because of this guy's bounty. Okay, we got a great sweat here, guys, for a $37.50 bounty, plus this guy's $35 bounty. We haven't won any bounties yet today in the $44 bounty. Build it. Great situation. We get it in so good. So good. Hold. Great turn. Ooh, baby. Great. Look at that. $72.50 straight into the Bank of Gezellig. Over here, we called a min raise blind versus blind. We checked that flop. We went check on flop. We're going to call the turn and decide on the river. And he rips. So I will mostly be folding. And shout out to Gunther Buffalo for the follow on Twitch. Pocket fours here, going to go for a call. And going to check fold probably. Down here with the 10-9 off, going to find a fold. Folding to fours on the ace-king-9 board. Just want to check to see I haven't missed any other follows or anything on Twitch. Folding 10-7 off here. Actually, we covered both of these guys. And a shout out to JTBC78 for the follow on Twitch. Yeah, I'm not going to raise call. That's fine. Just going to fold there. Oh, we're approaching the bubble actually in the 44 bounty. I didn't realize. So 132 left and 107 paid. A pretty nice spot here, to be honest. One minute before the break. So at the break, guys, I'm going to go and yeah, chill out for 4 or 5 minutes, have a break. Might get some lunch at that point. Not sure what the plan is. Got to speak to the boss. So yeah, we'll see what happens. At some point during the stream, I'm going to turn the webcam and mic off so that I can have some food. So it's not ideal, obviously, to stream during the day when you've got to eat. But yeah, I'm going to take a break now, guys. I'll probably come back. I can't smell any food being cooked in the kitchen, so I don't think we're going to be eating imminently. But at some point, I'll be sort of still playing, so you can still watch the action on the screen. But I'll turn the webcam off so you don't have to watch me eat, and I'll be kind and turn the mic off as well. You don't want to hear me slurping through food. All right, guys, I'll be back in like 4 or 5 minutes. All right, guys, back for some more action. We've been live for over 3 hours now on Twitch and YouTube. So if you're watching on YouTube, you can follow the action live on twitch.tv/MTT Poker School as well. If you're watching on Twitch and maybe you want to watch on YouTube, then youtube.com/MTT Poker School. And question on Twitch from Gunther Buffalo: how play you the best on the micro? Not sure I entirely understand the question. I guess the question is, how do you play best at micro stakes? I would just value bet relentlessly. There are going to be some good spots to bluff, but a lot of players really struggle to fold the hands that you're trying to fold out in micro stakes. Money, doesn't mean as much, I guess, to some people, and so yeah, you have to adjust for the players. But value betting is really, really important, and you can value bet thinner, but you should look to value bet relentlessly until given a reason not to. And oftentimes that's like a very obvious line where it goes like check call, check raise, check call, check jam, or check call, check jam. Like, it's often a very, very strong line from weaker players. So just to recap, we have the 44 bounty builder, 128 left. We just won a couple of big bounties, so we actually have won $72.50 already in the 44 bounty builder. There are 107 paid and 127 left. It says 28 here, but it's actually 127 apparently in the lobby. We are in the bigger 1650. We haven't really done anything. You can see we've only played 13% of hands, which is 5 hands. We have just under starting stack. Nothing really happening there. We have 160 bigs here in the 22 bounty builder. We doubled up 2 pair against top pair, which was nice. And we cover this guy, so I'm going to call. And we cover this guy as well. And we shall see what progresses. Against this, I think I'm just going to fold. Like, maybe we continue with 9x of hearts and diamonds, but 9-7 off, just going to be a fold. Yeah, we could hit a 7, and he does have 10-8 suited in his range. We could be behind already against sets and 2 pair, so we're not doing great. We have other hands in our range to be able to continue there for sure. So yeah, that's 22 bounty builder, and then we're in the mini Sunday starter as well. We have 93 bigs. We got aces twice, and we've gone from 10k to 37, which is lovely. Okay, 5x raise, pretty big. Let's go up here because we're probably going to jam here. So okay, get it through. Let's go over to the 44 bounty builder. Gonna go for a raise. Get called here. Called here. So it's going to be interesting. If this guy shoves, we obviously going to get it in. We'll get it in against this guy, get it in against this guy. But it's going to be fairly high variance because I feel like these two are just going to, overcall with like king queen suited or ace 10 suited, something like that. I don't think this is ever a stronger hand than ours. This could sometimes be a stronger hand than ours, but only very occasionally. Okay, so we get second pair, gut shot. I think we are going to check the flop. We only cover this guy as well. Okay, so we improve a little bit here. This does look pretty weak. Let's just quickly go down here. I'm going to squeeze here to 13 bigs. So I'm not going to fold up here with jacks. We could consider raising the turn, but against a small bet. But I think this is probably fine. Kind of unusual bet size, I would say. Really quickly go down to the Sunday starter. We flat here. This squeeze here is really, really strong. So I would fold some pretty big hands here. We got it through with a squeeze with jacks. Oh, everyone folded. Let's go back to jacks here. Feel like we can bet small or check. I think checking is okay. I don't think this guy necessarily overcalls with a flush. So what's he really value betting if he does bet river? Like it's going to be some bluffs like, you know, ace of diamonds. Okay, he has queen X. That's cool. Glad we didn't put any more money in against that hand. Okay, so we have 9 deuce off then, 115 left, 107 paid, 8 before the money. Definitely want to consider your options at this stage of the tournament, this critical juncture. Okay, 9-4 off, going to probably be a fold versus an open. Be interesting if this guy jams. I just don't think he's going to be that light on the bubble, so I'd probably just fold. Even though, you know, instant chance to win a bounty, I just don't think that it's going to be, he's going to be wide enough there. I expect to see a lot of walks, but this guy should be opening really aggressively. Like really wide. Well, he folds. I mean, yeah, I think that's probably a mistake. I mean, obviously you could have like 8 deuce off. We're just going to fold here. I'm going to think about it though. Really important decision. Okay, might play this one, depends on the action. If we get a fold here, I'm just going to rip ace 8 here. Yeah, okay. So just going to rip here, just under 11 bigs. Okay, get through. Fold 8 deuce suited. Okay, gonna play this one. I think some short stacks who could jam. It's gonna min raise. I think 1, 2, 3-ish shorties. of action here. Okay, face squeeze jam, and just going to be done with this hand. Not going to be done with this hand though. Pocket kings. Okay, going to go for a 2.5, I think here, playing roughly 75 bigs effective against most players. Okay, 4 ways to the flop. Ace high board, ace magnets, pocket kings. We are going to... I think I'm just going to fold, honestly. I mean, I don't think that he has that strong a hand, but the other two players can definitely have some ace-x. We have no real way of improving. You know, even with kings with a club, at least we could, you know, go runner for a flush, or if we hit a king, we'd know it was, you know, golden, whereas on the king of clubs, we don't. So I'm just going to fold. Let's go up to the bounty builder 44, close to the money. I'm still going to raise here with ace queen. If this guy opens, I guess we just flat in position. This guy should not be opening that wide, but he's already shown that he's pretty loose. So we could, you know, just get it in against him, but I don't really want to jam 33 bigs on the bubble through these two when I could just be eliminated. So I'm going to go for the more passive option here and just flat. I guess we could 3-bet call as well. That's a pretty reasonable line. And I do think that on this kind of board, it's tough to find bluffs. So I think we could just check back if check 2 here. This player is pretty wild though. Okay, so we're just going to go for a call. Just thinking about strong hands that we could actually have though, like, you know, is this guy going to put a ton of pressure on the bubble? Like, probably not. Like, yeah. It's tough to find bluffs as well. So his raising range is going to be hands like ace 9, 4s, you know, stuff like that. So this could get dicey if he jams. I mean, this guy can definitely have 2 pair, can definitely have a set. He does check. I think we can bet, decide. I mean, if we bet, I think this guy probably just continues with a lot of his strong hands. Like, when you're playing this many hands on the bubble, like, yeah. So you can bet, and if this guy jams, I'm really happy folding. Like, he can have a straight, he can have 2 pair, he can have a set. Like, he's very rarely going to be doing it as a bluff. And yeah, I think it's fine. Plus, then we get value from this guy if he's just sort of messing around with ace 5 or any ace, basically. So we don't love a check jam here, but I think I'd sooner get it in against his check jam than his check jam, even though his should be stronger because he's the original raiser. I think that the big blind just has a lot more 2 pairs. I'm going to go for a raise call. I'm going to size up a little bit, I think, here, because we're always just calling these two. I don't really want to get 3-bet, if I'm honest. We're right on the bubble now as well. 4 away. Okay, good result. Get these 2 out of the hand. I mean, if this guy jams, like he should be fairly strong, but nines is just going to be good enough to call off here. 37.50 bounty as well. Okay, get it through. So we cover now, cover this guy. So there's only two players on the table, this one and this one, that we don't cover now, which is, you know, great news for bounties. Look at the stack distribution. So there are 4 players under 5k in chips, which is roughly under 6 bigs. So the bubble should burst pretty quickly here, I think. So shove from the small blind, big blind with the decision. Should be, you know, very wide, which means that this guy can call, you know, somewhat wide. Okay, 110 left, 107 paid. Not sure if I missed some follows on Twitch. Just have a look at them here. So I think Rego223 maybe missed your follow on Twitch. So shout out to you. Thank you, my man. Or woman, I guess. Could be. Let's go down to Ace Queen suited. Bearcamp 89, great name. Great footballer. So we'll call. We'll decide, we'll call, we'll decide. Okay, get it through, or get folds. So we're on the direct bubble now in the Bounty Builder 44. So we cashed this last week, but got pretty lucky with pocket 10s a couple of times. And then finally the pocket 10s at the end, we ran into kings and it didn't save us. Couldn't find another 10 3 times in a row, which is, you know, pretty tough to do. But yeah, I don't think we've got that fortunate in this one today. I think we've just had some good spots where we, you know, collared someone. It's not that we, yeah, ran super bad and got there. Or super good, I guess. We've got it in bad and ran super good. Kind of struggling here in the bigger 1650, 6 big blinds. Need to try and spin it up somehow. Obviously, just continue to make great, you know, great decisions. I mean, I don't really love it. 7-6 suited, 7-6 off. I'm actually just going to fold. This might be really close. I'm going to see if we... Okay, well, I'm going to say, like, we had an orbit to see if we could find a slightly better spot, and I think, yeah, hashtag results, we managed to do that. So we're just going to get it in whatever the action is here. Okay. So 5 big blind jam. The great thing about jamming this hand with 5 bigs is that you can actually still get called by worse. Whereas a lot of the time you shove the sort of weaker hands at, say, 15 bigs, and you only ever get called by better, and you're relying more on fold equity. So we get called by king high. See if we can hold. Oh no, we already. I thought we had king 5. So we're out of the bigger 1650. Pretty unfortunate there, but never mind. Just saw a follow come through on Twitch. DLK Head Jonesy. Thanks for the follow. Okay, so we've got 3 tables, 40 bounty builder 44, right on the money bubble, bounty builder 22, $11 Sunday starter. We'll fire the 27, sorry, the bigger 27 in a bit. And the bubble could burst here. Ace king in against king queen. And the bubble has burst. So we are in the money. Locked up $39 plus $72 in a bounty. So we're in, we're good for $100-ish. Change the felt to red. So we, we'll fire the bigger 27 in a bit. I don't think there's any other tournaments I want to play today. We started at 10 AM. So I usually just register from like 9:30 till 2:30 if I late reg the bigger 27. I'm going to call here. I don't think it actually makes that much money here, a 4 big blind raise. So to call in that spot. But I think we get it in a lot of the time when we flop a flush draw against a weaker draw. So this is here. I really don't love this spot. I think we have 100 bigs. We have a really nice stack. What's the highest EV line? Like versus a bet and a raise? Is it? Is it to continue? I mean, I guess we could call 12 bigs. If this guy jams and then this guy rejams, like, it's not a great situation. So for a $5 bounty, in a spot where he should just have a very strong range here. Its problem is king. Yeah, just trying to think. Just gonna fold. I mean, like, we can't ever be results orientated. I'm really not sure about that. It's a lot of big blinds to get in against what should be a pretty strong range, I think, in this spot. Also feels bad to like call 12 bigs and fold. We'll review that hand later. But yeah, I mean, and it's always hard as well to really analyze a spot post hand when you're like, oh, you see, you would have won. Like you can't treat a hand like that. So, you know, based on the action, I felt like we were going to be up against a pretty strong range and very few worse draws. So it's just, yeah, just wasn't a great spot. But maybe you're supposed to get it in there in the bounty tournament. Okay, so we have aces here. I'm going to isolate. I get called in 2 spots. I don't think there's going to be many 9x in either player's range. Obviously, ace 9 is 1, but we block ace 9 of clubs, which is good. I don't think we need to go too big here. I bet this amount. And yeah, his limp call range. I mean, I just don't think he's a very good player. So it's not going to have too many king x. We could just check back, I guess. And give him a chance to bluff. Like, I don't think that's going to improve him. I don't think he's floating queen jack. I don't think he's floating 10s. So I'm just going to rip here. And hope he has, like, I don't know, really. I don't think we honestly get called by much better, so it probably means the jam's not great. But if he does ever, have a worse hand, his line looks really weak, and he could think that we're just, full of shit. So. Yeah, I mean, okay, fair enough. I guess that's like a reason to bet turn is not to give him a free opportunity, but also like I think that turn card just means he folds way too frequently. So I think giving him a slight chance to catch up is okay. But if we look at the kind of hands that he continues, then maybe we should just bet. Multi-way spot here looks pretty big. We limped over. This guy limped, we limped. This guy raised, went call, and then we get this action. I don't think we get to bet river. I think we just win a lot of the time when it goes check, 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 as we do. So great question here in the Twitch chat from Paddy Jim. Says, now you're one of the bigger stacks. Does it not make sense to fold more quickly and try and get some more hands in pre-bubble? Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I think you could definitely do that. I think that if you are the biggest stack at the table, then you can definitely abuse the bubble. If you're kind of like 3rd or 4th stack, and you feel like someone's going to abuse you by opening too frequently, if you open too frequently, and if you fold very quickly, in the sense that if you're folding, you want to play more hands, right? But if then the purpose of playing more hands is because you think you're going to be able to steal blinds, and if that's not going to happen, then you should do something different. Let's go up here. Then we're going to 3-bet queens. I mean, there's quite a few short stacks though. It's very tempting to just flat here. I'm going to just flat. This can definitely backfire, but we give 1, 2, 3 players a chance to shove, and this guy reshoves. I mean, this is a dream world. Okay, well, this is a pretty big hand. 87 left. We need to hold here, guys. It's a great flop. Unbelievable turn. What a river. $30 into the Bank of Gazelig. We also have 118 big blind stack. An amazing flip to win. Woo! Charles Smith in the chat saying, what a wuss. I guess that's the flush draw spot. Okay. I'm a wuss, Charles. You got me. But yeah, what a spot here. 3rd of 85. cover everybody here. I mean, I don't know what this guy's doing. I'm going to peel. That might just be a losing chippy V call, but for bounties, it's probably okay. I'm going to fold now. And try and change, maybe change the stream title on Twitch. Okay, we'll go down here, pocket eights, opening from middle position. Okay, 954 board. I guess we could do some betting, gets called by some 5x and 4x from the big blind. Button has a decent number of 9x, I guess, but also a lot of hands that we could benefit from protection against by betting. So I think we can go either way here. Check call or just bet. I'm going to go for a check this time. I feel like we probably just have a lot of checks here with, you know, overcards that haven't improved. I'm going to go for a check call. Probably better card for my range than his. But we can comfortably fold at this point. He could just bet the flop with some ace-x. He's now improved. Small bet. So we're going to have fives, I think. We can have some ace-x. We can have nines. We can have 9x. We don't have like flush draws. I don't. You know, we could float like king queen of diamonds, I guess. Sometimes. I'm just going to fold though. Okay. Thank you. Right, guys. Not only did I get a coffee delivered straight to the table earlier, I've now got a brunch effort delivered. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to mute the mics on all tables, I think. Maybe the best thing to do is to go up here so you guys can see all of the action. I know that if you're watching on a, you know, small device, phone or small iPad or something, it's not going to be great. But I'm going to mute the mic and turn the webcam off, eat some food, and then I'll be back in, like, I don't know, whenever I finish. Okay, so I'll see you guys in a bit. All right, guys, back for 8 minutes before we go off again for a break. Hopefully you guys can hear me again. Just had some lovely food. So, yeah, if you just joined us, Bounty Builder 44, going well, 7 of 60, in the money. Locked up $64 in prize money and $102.50, so $160, $170 so far in that one. We've got the Bounty Builder 22, and apologies if you can hear the kettle going in the kitchen. I just ran and put it on to make a green tea. I didn't feel like I could ask my girlfriend to do anything more after she made a coffee and a brunch as well. So decided to run and put that on. So if you can hear a noise in the background, that's what it is. So yeah, that's that tournament $22 Bounty Builder. So we have almost 2x starting stack, and then Sunday starter we're at we have 2.5x starting stack. Nothing's really happened in this tournament. We got aces twice, like fairly early on, and then since then we kind of haven't really done anything. That's no fun. So I'm going to have a green tea at the break, I think. Let's go up here. Queen 3 off. I mean, I think I'm just going to fold. It's a shame though, because this guy then just gets a walk. I feel like we do get jammed on fairly liberally here though. Given it's only one player, I mean, it's a good result. So a decent number of straight draws here. Sizing wise though, I think we can just go small. Block Queen 10 and King Queen, which is nice. So we improve to a straight draw now, and we block King Queen. Now the question is, do we bet or check? I feel like we check 8x and we bet Queen X in this spot. So I'm just gonna probably barrel off here. If he jams, I'll probably just fold. And we improve to a queen, so he could still have a hand like Jack X. So yeah, there's absolutely no need to jam here. He can have Jack X of spades, he can have King Jack, he can have King 10. So yeah, we just check and win sometimes and lose sometimes. And he did have King 10, so there you go. We'll open up here with the Queen 10 off. So yeah, I mean, it was a very loose open, right, with Queen 3 off. Here we shall be c-betting very frequently. So at this point, so he should continue with lots of floats, right? Ace high, king high floats. Maybe. Yeah, probably not queen high, and the only queen high we're worried about is queen jack. So it's definitely a spot where double barreling, makes quite a lot of sense to target those kind of hands to fold now. Not having a diamond in our hand is not great, but clubs and spades still have to fold. I mean, we do block some of those. I think it's reasonable. I think it's, pretty tough for him to continue like with those floats now. So that's what we're really targeting here. I think if we bet too small, maybe he just continues with some ace highs. But, we have some boats here. We have the jack is pretty good for us in this spot. C2 calls. I think that now we should probably just give up. Like, I think we lose a lot. We don't have a diamond in our hand. Not that really matters too much, but on a trips board. Cool. Okay. We've made our life very, very easy, so we can just tank for a bit, you know, Hollywood a little bit, and then fold. We're going to mark this one for review just to check the turn bet. You know, maybe we do need a diamond. We want to block his continues a little bit more frequently, and we didn't in that spot. So yeah, could be a spot where we need diamonds or one diamond in our hand. So we'll review that later. Uh, 7-6, just going to fold. Jack 7 off, going to fold. Okay, a couple of minutes before the break, I can go make a green tea and then come back after that. We'll register the bigger 27, and then we'll have 4 tournaments to go through. 10-6 off down here in the mini Sunday starter. We're kind of approaching the bubble, like, well, it was still some way off, but the tournament started with 1,457 players. There are 420 left and 287 get paid, so just about over 100 players still to go before the money. So yeah, the bubble might burst in the next hour. 22 Bounty Builder, I think, is still in late reg. Yeah, for another 45 minutes. And thanks to Abdul for the kind words in the chat on YouTube. Over here, then, we are just going to fold 10-8 suited versus this action. Okay, now we have a short stack to our left, which could make things interesting. Up here, Jack 10 off. I think I'm just going to fold. It's kind of close. I feel like because we're covered by this guy and this guy, we could just get 3-bet, you know, a little bit more liberally. And we do have a huge bounty as well, $61. So I think it's fine. Those sort of marginal opens there to just ditch them. All right, that's going to be the break, guys. I don't think we're going to get to see any more hands, as we could sweat this one. Don't know what he's tanking for. It must be multi-tabling. Yeah, so that's the break, guys. I'm going to turn the webcam and mic off again, and we will come back for more. So I'm excited about that. See you guys soon. All right, guys, back for more. Stream has been live for over 4 hours now. Got one more tournament to register. We did bow out of that in superb style last week. So got a couple of hands straight away. Let's have a look. Ace of spades probably going to play. We have Jack 9 suited here as well. I think I'm going to raise and then call, and decide. Let's go over to Ace 10 suited. This guy looks really tight. 158 hands, 13-8. I don't think we want a 3-bet here. Okay. Just going to fold. Yep. Here we get 3-bet really, really small. So I'm going to call, like, oftentimes this is just a very, very strong hand. We're getting an incredible price. I'm kind of pleased to have completely whiffed the flop. So, yeah. But we're getting such an amazing price. You know, if he only ever does that with aces, then, or kings or queens, then we probably still don't even have the right price to continue, but there I think we're fine. We're going to go to Ace 2 suited, raising it up here in the 22 bounty builder. Queen 4 board. Just going to go for a small bet here. It's around 24-25% pot. It's a board where it's really tough for him to have much, but when he does have a strong hand, it's very strong. Ace deuce spades, pretty nice card to a pretty nice hand to double barrel because we don't block like diamonds, which is important. So I think I'm going to go for double here. Sizing wise, I think we can go pretty big. So we can get some flush draws to fold that might be better than our hand. We completely unblock like diamonds that will fold. He could, obviously he could still have a queen, but we might even still get value from some flush draws in this spot. So yeah, it's an interesting one for sure. Gonna mark it for review. Just want to like see their turn size really. Are we definitely supposed to bet big? Like, does a small bet just accomplish the same thing, right? Because his diamonds still have to fold, and we bet pretty big. I think his queen X should be raising flop, and so he has a lot of medium strength hands, like some ace X hands that we get to fold straight away. So you know, maybe there's some benefit to betting bigger so that he does fold like ace jack, ace 10, that kind of thing. This is an interesting one. So 3x Stein bounty, 3x starting stack. Okay, well, we're going to fold now, but ICM, like 50 left, I think that's going to point us in the direction of folding. Which is, I mean, what's what we're going to do now, but we would have folded anyway. I think. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, queen 6 off here. Just going to be a fold. Okay, gonna fold queen 3 off. I can hear gunshots outside, which is never a good sign. Gonna fold king 4 off here, bounty builder 22. Got a decent stack, I'd say. Severely lacking on the bounties, but you saw what happened in the 44 earlier. We got it in, like we hadn't won any bounties, and then we got it in against 2 players who had pretty big bounties, and we eliminated both of them, so great situation. A6 off here versus a early position min raise, just gonna fold. A7 suited here, we I think jamming's fine, honestly. I think min raise calling against the 2 shorties is fine. I think the small blind is very unlikely to, you know, to 3-bet wide enough. So I think this is probably going to make the most money, is to raise call the shorties and fold versus the small blind. But I think jamming's absolutely fine as well. That's the only downside. I just realised that, you know, the big blind can now call and we can't put any more money in, but it's not the end of the world, actually. Okay, so good flip to win, and that's going to be tough to beat that. Okay, I'm going to add in the bigger 27 now. Seems reasonable. So you've got 4 tables. This will be it now, guys. So the bounty builder 44, the bigger 27 just started, bounty builder 22 still in late reg, and the $11 mini Sunday starter, which is about 100 away now from the money. King jack off. We could min raise or we could jam. See how many left. I think I'm just going to go with jam. I'll leave it on there. We have ace queen off on another table. We'll see what happens in this one first. Okay, we get it through. Ace queen off, just going to jam here versus this shorty opening, and this guy's only got 20 bigs as well, so we're happy to stack off here. Okay, get it through. Up here, make a somewhat loose peel, I think, with 5s. This guy's sitting out. No one else seems that aggressive. So if there, you know, you had an aggressive table, I think folding with 5s would be reasonable. And over here, nope, not that one. We go for a 3-bet with ace 10 off. Go back to the pocket 5s hand then. I think I'm just going to check here. We have 3rd pair. We could improve, you know, take a free card and improve. We don't have too many 7x. I guess the big blind, if that is the big blind, I'm not sure who. It doesn't look like he's the big blind, right? But I think he is. Against such a small bet, if this guy calls, we're going to fold. If he folds, we might just call. It's such a small bet. Like, he could just be doing this with, if he is the big blind, I honestly just don't know if he is 9-8, 5-6, which we block. So 9-8, jack 9, jack 8, flush draws, that kind of thing. And we'll fold versus another bet. You know, that's fine. Okay, so sometimes we're up against a 10, and sometimes we're up against like jack 9, jack 8, 9-8 that's given up. So we win enough of the time to show down, basically. And here's ace queen. Okay, cool, nice. Okay, I'm gonna go for a smaller raise actually here. We have a spot here, pocket 9s. We called pre. Don't mind a small raise actually here. Sure, we're really repping too much though. What's he betting on this board? But denying equity against this player is reasonable. I think maybe calling nines with a club and raising nines without is okay. Let me know what you think in the chat, guys, if that's something that you think is good. We'll go back over to King Queen, and I think we can bet big here. There's just so many draws. I guess actually maybe this is a checking spot as well. I'm actually just going to go for a check. I think this is one of those hands like if you bet too many offsuit hands here, you just end up having to fold too frequently versus a check raise. And he could still have like sevens, fives, two pair, lots of draws, combo draws and stuff like that. Now versus this lead, I'm just going to fold. But yeah, it could be wrong. Could just just bet big there on that board. Like we have tens, we have sevens, we might have fives, we have over pairs, we have top pair, top pair, decent kickers and stuff like that. Nines we raised flop and he called, and then the king I think is a better card for him, and now he just rips. I mean, okay, nice hand. Up here, ace nine off. It's 4x, right? So it's only 3 bigs to call, and this guy's probably a weak player, but it's tough to win those 3 bigs back. So I think this is a common mistake just to call here. I think it is just a fold. Seven three off, just gonna be a fold here. I would have folded versus this action as well. Let's go up to the Bounty Builder 44. We've got the ladies. We see a limp here. This is somewhat unusual. And an ISO. So I think in a 3-bet call. I'm not sure what I would do if I a 3-bet here and then both of the players go all in. I guess we call 10.5, make it like 12. I'm not sure we have too many 3-bet folds here, but yeah, maybe we should just jam, but it seems like too many chips to jam and we don't get enough action. And we could potentially still fold, I guess. It's just a bit awkward, isn't it, versus a 3.5x. Maybe it is just a jam. Interesting one. Like maybe the 3-bet looks too strong. Not sure. Gonna fold Jack 8 here. So 11 of 45. There's another page jump at 44. Short stack has 6 bigs. Jack 9 off. Okay, so this guy limp again. I mean, that's twice now. Maybe even, that's 3 times limped. Limped once, yeah, twice. We're just going to fold. So yeah, maybe jamming with queens there, like get some looser calls from 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, whereas squeezing maybe just freezes them. Sorry, 3-betting smaller, maybe freezes them a little bit. Down here, I'm going to jam queen 10 off. We're still some way from the money. We have 9 big blinds. Offsuit Broadway hand. Okay, I mean, don't know why he tanked. We'll take a queen though, dealer. Queen on the river or a 5? Nope. Okay, so we're out of the Sunday starter. Let's go back to the main event. We've got 3 left then. Bounty Builder 44, just hit another pay jump. So we're, yeah, 11 to 44. Locked up. Not sure. Let's have a look. $88 plus $102, so $190 for this one so far. Gonna fold ace 2 here. Down here we've got the 22 Bounty Builder, still in late reg for another 23 minutes. We've got 9k, so almost 2x starting stack, but no bounties yet. And we just registered the bigger 27, so we'd have just under starting stack here. Okay, just going to fold 7-4 off in the big blind here versus min raise. I feel like it's a common mistake to flat here, thinking you can just play any 2 cards here, but, you know, okay, the antes are pretty big, but I don't think it means we can flat 7-4 off. And even if we can, like, it's going to be so marginal, and we play that hand out of position, and it's just, you know, you just don't need to do that. Fold king 9. Let's have a look at 8-6 suited. We'll defend here. Okay, just defend. 7-4-4 board. Can definitely see some check raising here. We have a lot of 4x. Expect to see a check or a small bet here from this player. And then we can check call or check raise. I quite like check raise, I think. We're not really giving up too much. Half pot on this board. So it seems to be just a lot stronger. Like he should just be betting small here or checking. So I think a big bet is just going to be stronger, but it could be just the sign of a weaker player. And if we check raise to 8, like we can get like some ace highs to fold. We obviously have more 4x. We're not too upset if we have to raise, like we raise and he jams. Yeah, I think it's okay. Like I'm not thrilled with this versus half pot, but he probably just has enough like ace highs, king highs, queen highs that just have to fold. But yeah, that's why he should just bet small, right? If you're going to bet fold half pot on that board, that just seems criminal. I guess we should be focusing on the main event. And there's only 42 left. A few K up top. But down here we've got a playable hand, so we'll have a look at that. This looks really strong, you know, fairly tight player, 16-9 over 260 hands. ISOs this player. The only reason to play this is so that we can get involved with in a pot here, but I don't think this is actually going to make money against a tight ISO range. Like I would flat if he opened, or I might even jam. But I think it's really unlikely that he, like his range is that wide here. We're going to overcall here. I think one of these two should jam. I mean, this guy should just jam probably. And up here we've got kings. We're going to min raise. I don't know which hand's going to be the best to look at here. But yeah, we call here because, yeah, okay, I think this is really good from this player. I honestly know, though, what he has to limp behind. So it goes limp and then he limps. Like, what kind of hands is that? But there's not really anything we can do here. Great action up here with pocket kings. We're going to go for a call. It's a great flop, great turn, and a nice river. So yeah, pretty big one there. Bigger 27, that's nice. Had an interesting spot in bigger 27 last week. 3-way all in with queens against king 10 off and ace 4 off, I think, something like that. And unfortunately we didn't hold, and that was the end of the stream last week. But here we have 2x starting stack. Gonna find a fold. 3 tables left. Bounty Builder 44, deep in that, 39 left. Bigger 27's just started, just doubled up though. And the Bounty Builder 22, we have 2x starting stack as well. No bounties though. Okay, so here with a couple of shorties, I mean, I don't mind limping, and this guy limps and this guy checks back. Yeah, it's a reasonable option in a bounty tournament. You know, if this guy jams, we call because we can win his bounty, and Tehu's just has enough equity against his jamming range. But now we have to fold, unfortunately. But yeah, the plan almost came together. Ace King suited here. I'm just going to 3-bet and get this in. I think you can just flat potentially. It's a shame in this one because, you know, we would have flopped a set, but you know, can't win them all. And it's a very fishy thing to say, right? Would have flopped a set because, you know, you wouldn't have done because you folded. Okay, big hand, Bounty Builder 44. Let's go. Big flip. 4 ace king. 4 ace king dealer. Come on. No. We're out of the 44 Bounty Builder, guys. Sad times. 38th. I think we came 35th in this last week. Just can't win those flips. It's tough, guys, but that's the way it goes. We are out of the Bounty Builder 44. Let's see if we can do a little bit better in the bigger 27. So just 2 left now, bigger 27 and Bounty Builder 22. We're going to flat here with ace 10 suited, very big raise. Definitely want to be defending here much less than normal, but ace 10 just very good to flat. So we flop 2 over as a gut shot, but no backdoor flush draw. Versus a big bet, just a really easy fold. So a disappointing end to the Bounty Builder 44, doing pretty well in that, but that's just the way tournaments go, right? You get a flip, and if you win, you continue in the tournament. If you lose, you are out, and yeah, that's just it. So not a lot we can do. Better luck next time. Got 2 tournaments left. 5 deuce off, just going to be a fold. Really important to just, like, you know, brush that off, focus on the next tables. It's, you know, we did everything we were supposed to do, and you're supposed to get it in. And sometimes you win a flip and then you have a really nice stack with like 38 left. So whilst there's a bit of lull in the action, only 2 tables now, so we are going to find this. Just want to take an opportunity to tell you about my group coaching program, MTT Game Changer. Firstly, if you'd like more information straight away, just head to mttpokerschool.com/game changer. You're going to find all the information that you need there about what the group coaching program is all about. But I can tell you a little bit now. There are 4 interactive group coaching sessions every single month. So basically every single Monday, same time, we get together for a group coaching session, and the sessions will vary depending on which week it is in the month. So first week will be theory, second week will be practical application, third week will be member hand histories and sort of, I guess, ironing out the kinks in what we've just learned from the theory and the practical application sessions in the first couple of weeks. And then the final week is sort of like a miscellaneous, an opportunity to sort of brush up on things, but also to, might be doing some mindset sessions or something just a little bit different. So it's almost like a spare week to do something, but you're guaranteed 4 sessions every single month, and you get to join a members only Discord channel to grow and to learn with other like-minded players. So if that's something that interests you, if you're interested in getting into that group coaching program, then definitely go to mttpokerschool.com/game changer for more info. And also, if you're really interested, if you use the code YouTube20, that's YouTube20, then you can get 20% off your membership each month. Okay, gonna raise. Oh, you guys can't see that. Ace Queen off. I've just put in the game changer details in the description down below, so it's just a link to click. So if you're interested, definitely check that out. And obviously, any questions about that, then just let me know. This board, just going to check back. We have a queen, a heart, and we block some continues, but I don't feel like it's a great spot to put more money in. And we're just going to fold versus this lead. 7-6, just going to be a fold. Okay, Queen Jack suited. See what happens here. Okay, so late reg is still open here for another 8 minutes. If this player jams, I think we call. This player jams. It's close. He 3x's it. Okay, so if this is like neutral or minus EV flat pre, I think we can make up for it. The fact that we could sometimes get it in. Okay, well, we don't need to worry about that. But yeah, I think we can. We could have argued for a flat, and then yeah, just got it in on this kind of board. Eight suited, probably just going to maybe limp. Yeah, I don't think. Well, this player looks reasonably loose, but we'll go for a limp and go from there. Checks. Okay, so having diamonds is pretty bad here because that's the most obvious hands that he can fold. So if he has a hand like 8-3 of diamonds, that's just going to fold flop, whereas 8-3 of hearts, spades and clubs can continue. Shout out to Gambler Nick for the follow on Twitch. So I think I'm going to just check again here and probably bluff river if it goes check check once again. And message from Gambler Nick. Good luck, coach. Nicholas here. Shout out to you. Thank you for joining the stream. And Decky saying worth every penny, chat. So he's talking about the group coaching. And so if you guys want to get involved and join Decky in that group coaching program, then there's a link on YouTube. So if you're watching on YouTube, then have a look at the link in the description. Hopefully updated. And if you're on Twitch, then just go to mttpokerschool.com/gamechanger for more information. And if you want to be reminded of that special code for 20% off your membership subscription, then just send me a message in the chat. Going to fold 9-10. We have the nerfs up here. That's a big raise, 3x raise. I'm probably just going to flat. Okay, so if this had gone min raise jam, I would get it in because I think the cutoff can jam worse, hands that we completely dominate, 8, 7, 6s, and also, just some suited stuff that we're flipping with. But given it's gone 3x in jam, I'm actually going to fold here, make a pretty tight fold. I just think his range has to be stronger for jamming. Like I don't think he jams as many of those pairs and other hands. Versus 3x. I mean, let's try not to be #results. But this guy is not very good then. 3x called, ace-deuce suited. Hijack versus button, 20 bigs. Effective. Doesn't seem very good. Okay, King Jack of Spades here. If he opens, we'll call. If he folds, we're going to raise. Okay, so just going to call here. I don't want to 3-bet. It's just too nice a hand to want to 3-bet. You could start finding some 3-bets from weaker suited kings. King 9 probably. But King Jack of Spades seems, and King Queen of Spades, maybe even King 10 Spades, and Queen Jack and Jack 10 of Spades. Those kind of hands just make really nice flats. I don't think this is a board where he's supposed to do that much betting out of position. So I'm going to float one here. Really looking for a spade or a way to improve. I do think that we can still be pretty good here. So that he can be betting weaker King X, Queen X, Jack X, 10X, you know, stuff like that. So I don't think we necessarily need to bet, and we can check and see what develops. I think now that he's going to have some decent ace X. I don't think he has a value hand. I don't think when we check we win that often, but we win more often than when we bet. Right, so the EV of checking is going to outperform the EV of betting here with our hand. Okay, ace jack suited here, probably just going to flat as well. Kind of a similar hand. When you get to sort of 30 and 40 big blinds, do you think it's the you know, you want to flat with more of these stronger suited hands? Like ace 10, ace 9 becomes more of a 3-bet, maybe even weaker than that. But like king queen suited would be a good flat, but then like king 9, king 10, you can start mixing. So like, yeah, the stronger of the suited hands is just going to work out a lot better as a flat at this stack depth. Okay, so we're not gonna fold yet. We are going to call. If he checks turn, you know, he can have some better hands. Okay, he goes for a double barrel. We don't block queen 10. We don't block diamonds, which is really nice. We block ace king and we block aces, so I don't think we get to fold turn. Queen 10 gets there. And also, like, I will be folding if he bets here because he's just not finding enough triple barrel bluffs for us to want to call with second pair. So again, like, he can have king queen and better hands, but we don't get enough value from betting. Like, it doesn't make sense, and we just check, and you know, sometimes we win. And he did have king jack. So yeah, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. We block him from having king jack, but there are still other king jacks available. I think he should probably triple barrel though. That puts me in a pretty horrible spot with king queen. I can have some ace kings there, king 10. You know, kind of suggests though that like if he's not going to bet top 2, it's reasonable because like what do I call with? You know, I call with queen 10 and he blocks the hands that want to call. So yeah, maybe it's okay. But I think it's hard for him to bluff. You know, he's not left with many hands that he can value jam in that spot if he's not betting that hand. Let's go down here. King 7 suited, bounty builder 22. We are past late reg now, 719 left, 377 paid. About $5 up top. We're going to peel here. And check. Question from Gunther Buffalo. Is the less also good for the micro on stars? I'm not sure what the less means. Let me send you a message on the chat. Okay, so we obviously have a lot of strong hands here. So I'm just going to be fold. It's kind of close. Gut shot, backdoor flush draw, overcard. If we hit 6, unlikely we get paid. Hit a diamond, do we end up just putting more money in? Not sure about that spot. And message on chat on YouTube. Light on still waters. Lines too tight. Covered both 3x and all in. Not sure what hand just happened for you to comment on that. Was it in the? Must have been in the 22 bounty builder. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think it was the Queen Jack suited hand. Right. So we, excuse me. We saw a 3x and oh no, it was the 9s, right? It was 9s. We folded 9s and he had 8s, which was unfortunate. But still happy with the fold. So yeah, I think it's reasonable. So I think that's what your message was about, right? Oh no, so you think that the line's too tight. You think that I should be getting it in with 9s. You cover both 3x and all in. I think it's that significant that we cover them in a freeze out. Like obviously in a bounty tournament, I'm never folding pocket 9s in that spot. But in a freeze out, yeah, I think it's I don't think it matters that you cover the players, right? No, apart from I guess that you're still in the tournament if you lose. But it's really important to make those decisions before we see the cards, right? When we see it's like ace deuce and 8s, like we feel like we've made a massive mistake, but you know, we don't know that the guy's going to be that bad and call off with ace deuce. And we don't know, like, I think 8s is towards the bottom of that guy's range, like 8s and 7s. And so, you know, 10s I don't fold. And I think 9s is close, and I think 8s is an easy fold. Talking of 8s. I think we can go either way, actually, with this one. We can jam or we can flat versus under the gun. I'm going to go for a flat this time. It's a pretty nice flop. He should do loads of checking here. And then we're going to take a little stab. Excuse me. Okay. So at this point, he can float flop with like Jack 10, Queen Jack, that kind of thing. He can still have an overpair, I guess. And not blocking any of his continues here is pretty good. He can still have 9-10 as well. So we're going to go 2/3, 2/3, I think. Seems pretty good. And Evolution Poker in the Twitch chat saying, how's the grind treating you? Yeah, not bad. Just enjoying playing. We had a deepish run in the Bounty Builder 44. So this is what I was talking about earlier, just about flooding these kind of hands rather than 3-betting and having to fold. Yeah, we just lost a flip at the end, Ace King versus 9s. So is what it is, I guess. Very, very tempted to call here. I don't think this guy ever has a strong hand that can continue. But how wide is this guy jamming? This is really close. I feel like this hand's too strong. Like, so with all the dead money in there, he sometimes jams like Queen Jack suited, Queen 10 suited, King Jack suited would be a pretty nice squeeze jam here. So against his range, I think we're doing absolutely fine. King Jack suited. Ooh, yes. Okay, so just took a bit of time just to work that through. Maybe you guys are just like, yeah, it's a snap call, but important to just consider the your options. Okay. I think we can 3-bet call, or we could just flat here. I'm just going to flat. This guy looks pretty tight at the moment. Squeeze jam. Ugh. I mean, this is just never liked against the original Razor, right? It's so strong. If you want to make exploitative folds, you've come to the right place, because this is what we're going to be doing. I mean, can we ever just set mine? I think the problem is that we're up against a really strong range. For the guy who just said that my line's too tight with 9s, you're going to hate this, but yeah, I think it's a very, very strong range there. I mean, maybe it includes ace king. I think that a hand like tens maybe just rips through. So yeah, I mean, if he ever has tens and then ace king and some bluffs, then it's a really bad fold with jacks. But if his range is like queens plus ace king, it's I really like the fold. Wow, Nightbot has gone into overdrive on Twitch, posting all of the social media links. So this is the first time that I've streamed on Twitch for a while, and I mean, I'm a bit of a noob. I don't really know what's going on with, especially with Nightbot. I don't know if, yeah, what the deal is there. I feel like it, you know, posts stuff after a certain number of messages. Not sure. Okay, so Gunther Buffalo says, is the training also good for the micros on stars? Yep. So a lot of the players in the group at the moment are playing low and mid stakes MTTs. Let's go down here. We're going to jam here. With sevens, how many left? I mean, we're miles away. Yeah, jam sevens. So yeah, yeah, I would say that the majority of the players are playing low stakes MTTs, right? So you know, you get to learn the theory, you get to learn the practical application, you get to, you know, the private Discord group. I've got a chance of a bounty here. Come on, especially against my number 7. Like it's written, isn't it? It's written in the stars. 7. Not this time, guys. Bounty builder 22. We are out. We have one tournament left, which is the bigger 27. We're going to fold king queen off here. Yeah, so I think that, you know, it's definitely good for the micros. You know, the theory side is, you know, theory is theory, right? And I guess, you know, there's different levels of the interactive group coaching that we do. So, you know, the theory is theory, so that's going to be applicable to everybody. Then the practical application and deep dives might be a little bit too advanced for some. Like if we go into like solver stuff, solver analysis, trying to work out the why, all of that. But then the third week of every month looks at members' hand histories and really sorts of, you know, real hands, right? Real hand histories that are played at micro, low, mid stakes MTTs, and so you get the whole lot. And then the, you know, as I said before, the fourth week is good for just sort of, you know, clearing up any problems, any issues, and ironing out the kinks, I guess. So one tournament left, bigger 27. We'll defend versus the min raise here. You can see that the antes are huge, so we're getting a great price on a defend. The reason why I think he should maybe go a little bit bigger. I mean, you know, it forces me to play a wider range of hands, I guess, out of position, which is good for him. Okay, so on this board, I expect to see a small bet and some checks. I think we have a ton of 10x. 10-9 off, 10-8 off, 10-7 off against the min raise as well, 10-6 off. All the suited 10s, and he doesn't have quite a lot of those. Yeah, I mean, this bet size is way too big again. Like, this is the second time we've seen it. We saw it last week as well. It's just way too big. Like, it's just really unnecessary to bet this big. Now, it's either a weaker player or his range is stronger than it should be in this spot. So we're just going to call and go from there. Yeah, the bigger the bet size, generally we want to go more polarized. Sorry, the bigger bet size, the more he's quite polarized. And now I'm just going to fold. I am absolutely fine. Like, you know, if we ever end up over folding here, I mean, having the 4 of hearts is nice because it completely unblocks his bluffs. But the ace is just a very good card for him. We can still have some 10x. We can still have ace-x of spades ourselves. We can have queen jack. So yeah, we're probably supposed to continue here against half pot, but I'm just going to fold. Evolution saying always a sweat. Yeah, for sure. Lauren on the Twitch chat, impressive JJ fold, discipline. Yeah, I think some of you will love it. I feel like it's a bit of a Marmite play, right? Some of you will love the discipline of the fold. Some of you will hate it. And you think, wow, what a nit. I don't want to watch this nit anymore. And that's absolutely fine. But if you're looking for examples of exploitative folds, then that's one of them. And yeah, sometimes he's going to like turn over, I don't know, ace-9 off there or something, and you know, you feel like an idiot, but that's all right. Going to fold king-4 off. One table then. See if we can win the bigger 27. Last table of the day was our last entry of the day as well. It's always better to have like the first tournament you play being the last tournament you play, because that probably means you're on the final table. If the last tournament you played is the last tournament you registered, it generally means that things didn't go that well. But yeah, 371 left here. 116 paid. 2.7k for first. We shall see what happens. And that's the beautiful thing about tournament poker, is that, you know, you make good decisions, and then it's kind of up to the poker gods, right? So you just continue to make great decisions, and then if the poker gods decide to shine a light on you this time, then you get to... Oh, gross. Oh, okay. So like a raise and a 3-bet. Jacks is like, probably supposed to shove, but now versus a shove, I'm going to fold. Second tight fold with jacks. Blind for blind. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. I'd probably go queens plus. This has to be strong, right? This can't be... I don't think it can be tens. I think it's a bad shove with tens. So it's like jacks plus ace king, right? So therefore you can't call off with ace queen. You can ace king off, not thrilled. So it's literally like queens plus an ace king suited, maybe. That's what I would call against in this spot. Nice. Oof. Whoa. Just daily quads. That's one way to beat aces. I feel like trips wasn't enough, so they just banged out the other king on the river, or the last king. And Martin says on the YouTube chat, maybe get this explanation done for who it's suitable on the website. So yeah, I think that's a good idea if it's not clear for who it's for. I think it says right at the top though, right? It says for low and mid stakes players and bankrolls, right? Have I got that wrong? I'm going to have a look at the website right now. Right at the top, interactive group coaching designed for low to mid stakes players and bankrolls. I think that's okay. Let me know what you think, guys. Like maybe that's not enough. Like maybe it needs more detail further down, or you missed that bit. Yeah, let me know. That'd be good to know. Evolution Poker asks in Twitch, what time did you start? I started at 20 to 10, and then I started the Twitch stream at 10 o'clock, so 5 hours ago now. Ace-8 suited, going to go for... I'm going to go for a min-raise, I think. I can get jammed on, want to save myself, you know, a little bit of a big blind. And I think this is going to be the last hand of this session. 3.5x 3-bet, always ace-king. I hope this guy's not watching the stream, because he's going to know that I'm going to make some really nitty folds. But yeah, this is very often ace-king off. He's 3-betting through 2 shorties. Like, he's just not... Like, how often does he do it with, like, king-9 suited, where he then has to call off against the 2 shorties? I don't think it happens too often. So I'm just going to fold here. In a GTO world, probably supposed to call here, but I think his 3-bet range is going to be on the stronger side. He is reg. You could definitely have some 3-bet bluffs here, but I think through this lineup, I think he's just going to be on the stronger side. You know, could be wrong. That's okay. Right, guys, going to take a break. I'll be back in a few minutes. Stay where you are, and or maybe get up and get some exercise, and then come back in 3 minutes. All right, bye. Right, guys, back for more, hoping for some run good in the bigger 27. See, there are some comments on both Twitch and YouTube, so let's try YouTube first. Martin said, also I messaged you on there about coaching a couple of days back. I will respond to that as soon as this stream finishes. Promise you that. I will respond as soon as this finishes. Let's have a look at the Twitch comments. Evolution. Oh, sorry. Gunther, how much is it for 1 month? All the details are on the website. So if you go to mttpokerschool.com/game changer, then you can see all the details. You can see how much it costs. There are 3 different tiers, so you know, depends on what you want. All the information is on the website. If there's any other questions, then just obviously come back. But I think everything is on there. Evolution Poker then, and we're back in with Jackson suited. Evolution Poker, one thing I've learned recently from a personal point of view anyway, is that I've been making more money by making big folds or even marginal folds, to be honest. Population definitely do not bluff anywhere near enough. Exactly, yeah. It's really hard. I think that solvers are fantastic. But if you start playing like solvers, then you are basically saying that you believe population is going to play like solvers. And that's just so far from the truth. So I think solvers can be good. I think node locking is really important. I think that the solvers sort of teach you the baseline and the theory, and it's really important to know what that looks like. But yeah, if you look at some of the stuff that Pio does, and then, you know, that's why it's telling you to call with like this hand, and you realize population is never playing like this, then poker becomes a lot easier, and you can start, you start folding more hands, which is fine. Okay, we can't do anything here. Just gonna fold. Loren saying, seeing aces and ace king after folding jacks again must give you a rush. You're in the zone today. I don't know if it gives me a rush. I think it's just a case of looking at the situation and working out what the ranges look like and how it looked pretty strong. But like, you saw with the nines hand, right? I made an exploitative fold because of the raise size and the jam. And the two hands that got shown up were ace two and eights, right? So it looks really bad. So I think it's really important not to be results orientated in that spot. So even with the jacks, right, to see aces and ace king, I think their ranges look strong. And if we did see like tens and nines in that spot, then it's disappointing. But I think that's unlikely, I would say. Evolution Poker saying, I usually play off peak Tuesday and Wednesday, and then a little later on Sunday and Monday as I've started up golf again. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've been thinking about playing a bit of golf. I've got some clubs and I've got the shoes, basically all the gear, no idea. So yeah, I'm thinking about maybe going to the driving range just for some more exercise. Although gyms have reopened, so probably getting those. Evolution Poker with a bit of a brag. Five final tables last week. Excellent stuff. Well done. Love that. Okay, how many left? 325. Well, that's really not updated up here. 325 left, 116 paid. We're going to fold 8 deuce suited. Pretty easy fold here with 6-5 suited as well. Okay, queen nine off, just going to be a fold here. It's like Roy Keane, half of Roy Key. Folding 8-7 off then. Weather looks like it's just turned a bit grey. Okay, ace-8 off against king-jack suited. Pretty good flop for ace-8s. Queen-jack off, we will open if it folds to us. I guess this is the only problem with playing early. Well, yeah, this is the last tournament, right? I'm going to fold here. That we only have one table to talk about. I mean, it's also down to, you know, not running really well. If we run better in a few other tournaments, we might have some tournaments, you know, other tournaments going. But yeah, this is it. This is what we're left with. The bigger 27. I'm going to put all of our energy focus into this one. And Martin in the YouTube chat just reminded me about the football on today. Obviously not going to be watching whilst the stream's on. Okay, it doesn't start until 4. So I might keep one eye on it. My team, Arsenal, can still get 8th place. Way. But they should have a pretty big say in what happens down the bottom, because we're playing Watford, who can get relegated today. They're in 18th. Aston Villa could still get relegated. They're playing against West Ham. Bournemouth are playing against Everton. So yeah, I mean Bournemouth could get a win at Everton. Aston Villa could get a win at West Ham as well. Watford looked like the most likely to not get any kind of result, although Arsenal didn't do too well against Villa midweek. So who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? 10-4 off, going to be a fold here. This flat looks pretty strong off 15 bigs. Whoa, okay. Looks pretty bad off 15 bigs, but GG. Nice hand kings. Deuce 3, gonna fold. We have 10k. Ace king against ace queen suited. Oh, that's a nice flop for ace queen suited. That's a nice turn as well. Oh, it doesn't need it, but you know, just for the final nail in the coffin. Have that. Yes, the king of spades would have been the ultimate ultimate card. 9-5 suited, we're going to limp if we get a chance to. Okay, versus min raise, just going to fold. So 272 left, 116 paid. So it's a really long way to go until the money. Which is kind of unusual because in, I guess because it's a Sunday. But a lot of the time, once the registration closes, and it closed like about half an hour ago now, once the registration closes, it's usually like only half the field that needs to go. But obviously, given that there are re-entries and stuff, then it has to be having an effect. Evolution Focus saying, "You're a Leeds boy, aren't you, Gareth? Are you happy?" Well, I live in Leeds. I wouldn't say I was a Leeds boy. I'm very happy that Leeds are in the Premier League now, because it means Premier League football is literally 10 minutes away from my house. But I'm an Arsenal fan, so I'm disappointed in their season. Sevens here. I'm just going to check back and keep checking, and if an 8 comes, hope that no one bets. At this point, do we want to start bluffing? Probably not. We could potentially bluff river. I think against 3 players, the likelihood that somebody has some kind of showdown value is quite high. Ace 10, ace 9, that kind of thing. That's a really bad card, unfortunately. But, I mean, if it checks through again, I do think it's a reasonable spot to go for a bluff. We can get like... Okay, that's a shame. End that discussion there. Turn it off. Just going to be a fold, so 18 big blinds. And a dream. I feel like we doubled up somewhere, but I can't remember how we did it. And then we had like jacks 56 times and folded them all because we were a nit. And now we have 18 bigs. 10-6 off then, gonna find a fold. Very easy fold. Okay, hand here involving Rob Tinian. He's going to fold to the c-bet. 5 deuce suited, can't do anything about that. Going to fold. Eight deuce off, gonna fold. And thank you, Loren, for the follow on Twitch. Okay, 6-3 off. Pretty boring at the moment. I get it, guys. It's not much going on, not much action. Not really much we can do with these hands. Patience is the key in tournament poker. I don't want to force it. Eight, 6 off, going to fold. Okay, versus the min raise here, just gonna fold again, which not much we can do. Ten-4 off. We can limp if folded to. It's right at the bottom of our limping range. It's not a great hand, let's be honest. So evolution is also in the bigger 27. Good luck, good luck. Okay, we can fold here with 10-4 off. Seven deuce off. This is fairly amusing. To be dealt some absolute garbage. It's like the poker gods are like, look, we know you've got one table. We know that you're struggling for things to say. So what we'll do is we'll give you some really bad hands so you don't even get to play any hands either. Let's use this time to see where Evolution Poker is in the standings, because obviously with 200 left, it's really important. Okay, so it has exactly the same stack as me. Brilliant. Well, there we go. This is it. We are going to race Evolution Poker to the final table. Darren in the YouTube chat saying run a cold cards. Absolutely. I mean, so you commented that after it, like 4 minutes ago. We just get another 4 minutes of cold cards. But we love it. There's absolutely nothing you can do about your card distribution. So you just basically, you get a hand and you play it to the best of your ability. That's it. Queen 9 off. Close. It's close, but we're not going to play it. I think it just means that there's going to be a massive, like, I'm going to get smacked in the face by the deck in the next few minutes. I'm going to get aces, kings, aces again, ace, king, win all of them, have 200 big blinds, be chip leader, and win the bigger 27 with 200 left. Ten deuce, going to find a fold. I'd love to actually have a look at the hand histories. To look at the list. I mean, we did have sevens actually in this run. I'm gonna bring this in. Look, nothing's happening. We had sevens, but then we just had a lot of garbage, unfortunately. Thomas in the YouTube chat, what tournament is this? This is the bigger 27 on PokerStars, $27 buy-in. There were 691 players that started, 116 paid. We're 214 left. We're in 177th place. You have joined us at a moment of, I don't know what the word is. I don't mean fragility as in fragile, but I don't know what the equivalent would be in terms of a cold deck. Fragility. I don't think that's a word, but welcome to the stream. We're about to get hit in the deck. Oh, no, sorry. Hit in the deck with the face. We're going to get hit in the face by the deck in a minute. Okay, here we go then. 13 big blinds. A playable hand. I don't really want to jam it though. It's okay, well, we can't do anything now. I was going to just min-raise fold, I think. But now I'm just going to fold. Not only do you need decent hands, but you also need good things to happen in terms of players not finding raisable hands before you. So, yeah. This is where we practice patience. I think it's very easy now to, you know, find a somewhat marginal spot and then just be like, well, we haven't got any hands, so we just have to take it. And it's really, yeah, it's really important not to, like, you know, see a kind of, oh, I'm not sure about this, but I'm going to take it because it's the best hand we've seen in like half an hour. Like, you know, if it's marginal, it's marginal. If we don't want to take it, we don't have to take it. So just really important to think about that. Looks like a pretty decent lead here. Sean's going to have more 3x than his opponent. If he jams here, I don't see enough bluffs. I guess he's going to have 6-4, he's going to have a 3, and he can have, I guess, something like ace-8. I think this is a 3 a lot. And then, yeah, I think I would overfold in that spot. Don't see enough bluffs. 7-6 off then. Going to fold. I don't even really need to say it now, guys. Just fold. I should probably just get a dictaphone and just hold it up to the mic here. Just be like, fold, fold. So Loren's saying, would rather get those kind of hands than ace-7 off, king-6, etc. Clear folds. Yeah, I suppose. I just like a playable hand. I came to play some poker today, and so like in the last half an hour, I've played one hand. Well, at least that's what it feels like. Maybe I've played more. It's okay. It's going to be like buses, guys. You wait for a bus for a long time, and then two come along in quick succession. So what we're going to get is two strong hands. We just have to make sure in the first hand we're still in to get the second hand. All right, here we go then. 12.5 bigs in the big blind. Big hand coming up. I mean, it's somewhat playable. Like, versus a min-raise, we can defend. I think I would fold versus, you know, a 2.3. I would probably just muck it. 2.03. Okay, well, we're going to defend. Well, you're getting the right price. So this isn't one of those spots where it's marginal. Okay, well, we don't get to even play it. But yeah, it wouldn't have been marginal to defend here. Like, it's absolutely fine. Small raise, bigger than a big blind ante in the middle, or total of one big blind. Yeah, I don't want you guys to think that, you know, having just sort of preached about being patient, that was going to be impatient, because I don't think it is. Right, if we get folded to, we can jam, but that means that 7 players have to have a really bad hand for their position. Like, so it's, you know, it's somewhat unlikely. Dwight Ninja in the YouTube chat saying Rob Tinian loves it. Does. He loves the poker. Who loves it more? Ace Queen against Ace Jack suited. Pretty good flop for Ace Queen. It's going to double up through Diego Senna 2-2. Okay, A6 off. If it folds to us here, we can jam. Go on, 2 more folds. 2 more folds. Come on, Diego. Fold your King 3. Yes. Okay, first playable hand in a while. So this is it. We're all in. Come on, let's go. Oh dear, we've run into a hand. We might need to bink a 6 or an ace. I think we probably have 3 outs. Oh, we're ahead. Hold. Hold. Oh, I think we might chop. But I mean, it's better than being eliminated. Oh, see what did I say about buses? An even better hand. We can jam this one. Yes, we're going to jam. This guy's going to call with ace 4, and we actually don't chop this time. We win. Let's go. Okay, here we go. Yes, get it through. Up to 14 big blinds. Loving it. Oh, hello. The Butchers of Baghdad. I feel like it's 2 buses and a limousine. Oh, what action before us. Here we go. Come on, the Butchers. Come on, the Butchers. Let's go. Feel like doing some stand-up hype. He's never folding. Oh, great spot for us. Kings against 10s. Great flop. Let's go. Hold. Nice. There we go. 33 big blinds. Patience. That's all it is, guys. Just patience and finding hands when your opponent also has a strong hand. Boom. There we go. 20k. 32 bigs. Folding 4 deuce off. Back to folding after that, you know, excitement of 3 hands in a row. Evolution in the chat saying always 3 buses after you've been waiting an eternity. I feel like he might be watching watching live. I have my table up. But maybe not. Maybe he's called it. Maybe he's called a 3 hands in a row. We are loving it. 66 of 184, guys. In the bigger 27, we had a horrible run of cards, and then we got ace 6 off in against ace 4 suited and chopped. We got ace 9 off through against from the cutoff. We jammed, and then kings in against 10s with a little bit of dead money in there as well because it went open 3-bet, and then we cold 4-bet jammed. Great situation, up to 32 big blinds, 19k, 181 left, 116 paid. Let's go. Jack 4 off, going to fold. Just want to watch that last hand. So Jacks opens under the gun, short stack flats, and then just rips flop. He still has a guy behind him. That's reasonable. Okay, blinds are up. So our stack is going to get shorter by big blinds. Queen 7 off. Okay. If he limps, we are going to mix. Okay, he min raises. Don't really understand. So we'll just call. Okay, so without a diamond, I'm just going to fold. I'm really confused by his min raise in the first place. I don't think we're over folding there though. Like, he just has stronger hands here. We would, I mean, we could flat aces, 9s and 10s there. We maybe jam ace 10 off, ace 9 off pre. Yeah, oftentimes min raises, I guess they're pretty polarizing, right? It's really like just what they do in that spot. And I've just seen the replay of that pocket kings hand on the stream. Pulled out the finger wag for some, I mean, for some unknown reason. Came out though. But yeah, folding that hand, like we continue with a diamond probably. That's fine. I think ranges are still pretty wide when he min raises. I talked about, so he can have a very strong hand, or maybe he just likes to min raise. But I don't feel like he's going to min raise like a sort of medium strength hand. So, but you know, maybe he does. Okay, pocket queens here. Let's see what the action looks like. I think. Okay. So we're just going to min raise and go from there. Call this guy, and obviously, yeah, we're not folding. Okay. Going to start with a small bet around, well, between somewhere between a min bet and a quart pot. This looks good. So he can obviously have some very strong hands here. We do block queen 10 that he could bluff raise. He should be raising a decent amount here, but we can also just get it in against a flush draw. He can have 10-8 as well. He can check raise a 9 here. So it is a somewhat awkward spot. Like, you know, we're pretty dead against a jack. But I think that he has enough hands that he can fold. Calling is reasonable. I think I would sooner call with queens with a spade and just get this hand in as the first overpair. So, you know, we run into a hand here sometimes. Okay, well, he snap folds. I think that's the way to do it. I think he can still, you know, raise call with a 9. He can still get it in with a flush draw. He can still get it in with a straight draw if he's decided to raise those hands. So I think it's the way. But obviously, like, you're hating it when you like see a jack. But you know, that's why like it's such an amazing raise for him. Evolution saying just need my 3 buses now. Well, good luck. He's got a top 5 stack in the mini Sunday kickoff. Good luck, good luck. I'm going to mark this the Queen's hand because I just want to see if Queens is a jam or is it just always a call in that spot. Is like, you know, Queens with a spade more of a call because you're less worried about spade coming on the turn. You can still continue. But on similarly, like if you don't have a spade, when you do have a spade, it's harder for him to have a bluff. But maybe not actually, because it's still like, think of all of the spade hands, like, you know, there are more spade hands than the Queen of Spades, right? It's Queen X of Spades. He's got, yeah, a ton of flush draws to choose from. Okay, 53 of 170, 116 paid. This looks really strong. Roy Key with a flop 3-bet. Don't think it's a thing. Like, it's very unusual to see 3 bets where the 3rd bet's not all in, especially at this stack depth. Okay, overpair versus a straight draw. I think I just jam jacks or just call. I'm not sure you want to 3-bet the flop with jacks. Ace 9 off here, going to go for a raise and decide. This guy's probably steaming. So he can shove small pairs for sure that we're flipping against, and with the dead money in there, it seems fine. You know, decent antes out there. Does he shove weaker ace-x hands from here? Okay, well, we don't need to decide. This looks really, really strong. Really strong 3-bet here. Off this stack depth. So we'll Hollywood a little bit. I just like this stack depth, raising to 7 bigs just seems way too much. We're never continuing, obviously, but this is just really, really strong. I mean, maybe it's a great play with, you know, blocker type hands that he doesn't want to get in, but it seems like a lot of big blinds to commit. We'll go back to folding, go back into our cave or our hole or cage or whatever the expression is. Pressed the wrong button. So, pretty interesting note that, like, there are just some players that just don't find enough check raises on paired boards. 10 feels like a bad card in this spot for Rob Tinian. Oh, he's just going for it. Going for it with the Jack-6 off. Okay, gonna fold Queen 7 off. Right, blinds up then. Everyone's stack has changed. This is a good hand to fold. So 17 minutes till the last game of the season kicks off as well. Anyone watching the football, sure you're going to enjoy that. I suppose that's a benefit of playing an early session, is greater chance that you can get involved for a bit of Super Sunday. Rob Tinian's all in here for 9.5 bigs. Diego is thinking about it, doubled him up about an orbit ago. King 10 off from this position. I am just going to fold. Okay, ace 4 off. Okay, versus 3x. I am just going to fold. Might just Hollywood it for a bit because there's 155 left. 116 paid. I mean, still quite a way, I guess. 39 players left to the money. Okay, 12 big blind jam here. Very comfortable fold with 10-5 suited. I do think that the number of players that bust is gonna be pretty quick here. 700 starters. We'll keep an eye on it. So I don't think we need to go too crazy with overthinking spots at the moment. Okay, min raise from a short stack looks pretty strong. He's raised once off a short stack from the button. Okay, ace queen offsuit here. Be pretty interesting to see what happens if this guy opens again. Okay, so we're just going to go for a raise call here. We just call everybody. We're not, you know, not close enough to want to fold. Even if this guy jams, like he can just jam a lot of like ace jack off, ace 10 off, some suited aces that we're doing well against. He can jam king queen off. He can jam pairs that we're flipping against. Like it's a really nice spot for us to raise call. Okay, 17 big blind jam here. Tough decision. Yeah, we only have 6 seconds of time bank. I don't know how we managed that. One tabling. So it runs into kings, quite a few outs. That's not going to be enough, Diego. You are a goner, and sadly the reg gets all the chips. It's a shame. And the player on the left as well gets all the chips. So going to make life harder for us through the bubble. That's okay. Five deuce suited. We are going to fold. You see the numbers going down here. So we're 26 away from the money now. So I don't think it's too bad to, you know, think through decisions a bit. Queen 8 off. Let's have a quick think about this hand. Have a look around the table. Quite a few shorties. They can't really shove too light against under the gun. But there's a big stack who can apply pressure. There's a button, huge stack. Whoops, a daisy. Didn't mean to go into my time bank. That wasn't very clever. Okay, so see a min bet. No, hang on. Yeah, min bet, raise. It's not a board that the big blind should have too many strong hands on, to be honest. Wow, snapped off by kings. I didn't really see what happened, but it looked like he limped pre and then was happy to call it off. Let's have a look at in this window. What do we think? Okay, so a min raise from kings. Oops, I suppose we've got a hand here. Oh man, versus a min raise, we're probably not supposed to fold this hand, but feels a bit garbagey, so I'm probably going to fold. We'll talk about this hand in a minute. So he has kings. He min bets the flop. I mean, the thing is, I feel like he doesn't have many strong hands, right? Which is fine, but Rob's range is pretty strong. Has a lot of the strong hands: aces, jacks, ace jack, ace five. So that means that he can just put more money in. So min betting doesn't seem like the right bet size in that spot. So I'm not sure min betting is good there. Check raise, calls with kings, and then we see a jam. Let's just fold here. Don't want to lose any more time bank. And then kings, yeah, calls it off. I mean, having the king of spades has got to be bad, right? I mean, having kings in the first place, you know, blocks some bluffs, but maybe they don't bluff like king, queen, king, jack. Sorry, king, queen, king, 10, that kind of thing. But king X of spades could bluff raise the flop and then jam turn. So I don't think having the king of spades is great. Maybe it's just he just has to call, but I don't see what this player, like, having the king of spades feels really bad to me. I don't know what you guys think. Let me know in the chat. Would you have made that call with kings? I mean, it's easy when we can see that the guy has ace 9. We're going to fold 6-5 off here. Do, 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 boo. So we're 21 away from the money. Yeah. It's not about the money, money, money. Oh, he wakes up with kings again. What a time to be alive. What a life for this guy. I mean, it's only a 7 big blind pot. Okay. Okay, the nerfs 20 away. Right, well, we're going to min raise and not fold. This guy can definitely jam worse. Okay, so this is a pretty big hand, 20 away from the money. I don't think that we get to fold. If Roy Keane gets it in, though, we'll find a fold. But I think Tardigrad here can have... I mean, what does he do with 8s? Like, he doesn't flat, he doesn't fold. 7s is the same, 6s is the same. We're going to be flipping ace, king, ace, queen a lot here. Yeah, I'm gonna time bank, not because I'm slow rolling or anything like that, but because, you know, if we do manage to win this hand, then we are closer to the money. Okay, need to win the flip, guys. Let's go. Great flop. Let's go. Hold the turn. Hold the river. Boom. 42 big blinds. Close to the bubble. We are loving life. Break, guys. I'll be back in 4 or 5 minutes. See you in a bit. Okay, guys, we're back. $23rd of 130, 116 paid. Very easy call here with jacks. 70% favourite. 0% favourite. Can't win them all. I feel like it was... I feel like last week it was very much a case of get it in bad and win. And then when we got into flips, we lost. Today it's more about getting into flips and winning, and then losing when we're, you know, big favourites. Oh. Queen's going to take this one down. 8-4 off, going to find a fold here. Ace 10 suited hand. I think it's a really nice hand just to flat in the big blind. I mean, we don't mind seeing it. We have a nice call. Okay, pocket threes. We'll call the short stack. From a chip EV, we'll call this guy as well. From a chip EV point of view, we're probably supposed to jam against this guy and jam against this guy as well. But I think, given that we're 14 away from the money, it's really unnecessary. Excuse me. So I'm just going to flat when he opens, which he inevitably should do. And we'll just bang off the 3 of hearts on the flop. Be lovely. Ooh, close. Close, 2 of spades and 2 hearts. Okay, he checks back. I'm just going to go for a check again. I think 3, 4, 6, you know, low card, 7, 6, 4 or 3. We should do quite a lot of betting on the turn, but on the 10, I don't think, you know, he's going to check back a lot of, you know, 10x hands. We probably just have to give up here, to be honest. I think we're just in bad shape against his range for betting. And it's not a hand that we really want. That there are no cards that can come on the river that we're like, oh yeah, we can definitely call another bet. I mean, I guess like the 3 of diamonds, but Okay, 12 to go until the money. 26 bigs. Lost a 12 big blind flip, or 25 big blind flip, I suppose. And then lost that one there, but cost us 1.25 big blinds. I might just fold 7-5 off here, 10 away from the money. I mean, against the min raise, but I could have just folded as well. I think we're just going to get isolated a lot, and he's a reg, and he should be applying a ton of pressure. So Loren says, how many get paid? 116, 116 get paid, and there's 126 left. So just 10 to go until the money. Excuse me. So according to this, whoops, daisy. This is 10 tables from the top. So I mean, there could be shorter stacks on these tables as well. But roughly speaking, 11k, so 11 bigs the shortest player has at the moment. Turn it off. We're going to fold. If you've just joined us, we are approaching the money bubble of the bigger 27. This is our last tournament of today. We don't have any others. We finished, I think, 38th in the 44 Bounty Builder. We finished, I'm not sure. We definitely cashed the hot at 27, but I can't remember what position it was. Okay, so three-way pot here, but one player's all in, so it doesn't get to act. So this must have, oh no, I'm not sure if this guy was sitting out. Okay. Yeah, so Vermani was in the big blind, so this guy was sitting out. So you have raise, call, shove, call, call. I'm not sure what this kind of range is. Like, pseudo broadways or something. Like, I don't think it's pairs. I guess maybe it could be. Okay, yep. Suited broadways is a hand he turns up with, so I think we can be confident about that. Pocket threes here, 5 away from the money. I'm just going to fold, but probably have a think about it first, just to be on the 100% side, just to be 100% sure. Going to be folding 8-6 off here. I feel like we cashed the bigger 22 as well, but then ran ace queen suited into aces, blind versus blind, which is never fun. Ace 9 off here. I'm going to fold a 4 away from the money. Our range for opening here needs to actually be pretty tight, because we can just get slammed on by big blind or by this guy or by this guy. So it's going to fold. Loren saying, sending you good vibes, POTM power. I presume you're talking about Poker on the Mind. The podcast I do with Dr Tricia Cardner. If you haven't checked it out already, just go to your favorite podcasting app and download it. It's called Poker on the Mind. We talk about mindset, peak performance, and tournament poker strategy. Feel it's really nitty to fold here. As I said, our range needs to be pretty strong. It's going to be like 10s plus. I feel like this hand's a little bit too strong to fold, but I think this might be close to the bottom. Like I would fold king 9 and king 10 doesn't feel great, but I feel like this hand's probably just a little bit too good to fold. I would fold king jack off. I think we have to fold king queen off on the bubble as well. I think this hand's just a little bit too strong. Okay, I Grow Rich finds a hand. Not much we can do here. We're just gonna fold. We'll think about it though. We'll make him sweat a little bit. Oh, fun. Fun, fun, fun on the bubble. So our jamming range is basically ace queen plus, and then probably 9s plus against these guys. This guy shoves, obviously we call. The further round the player gets, the better. I really don't want to see a 3x from this player. That'll make me cry a little bit. Yeah. Really want to see this guy jam. Make my decision easy. Go on, jam. No. So it doesn't look like he's over. Well, I mean, 13% pre-flop raise. I mean, no option seems good in this spot. I think his range is strong for 3xing and being a pretty tight player. I think I'm not sure jamming's good on the bubble. I think folding feels grim. I think calling feels grim, but loving this flop because we just get to make a really easy fold. Like if he min raises it or makes any normal size, then I just jam, right? But 3x is it. Maybe fold's good. Maybe fold is the play in pre-flop. Two away from the money now. It says 119 up here, but the lobby says 118. This is an unbelievable amount of pressure on this guy now. So the two shorties have three bigs. Going to review that ace queen offhand. You know, you see him going for 3x again. Like maybe that's just his standard raise size, but I feel like his range is going to be on the stronger side. Also, if he doesn't find the folds he's supposed to, that's really bad when we shove ace queen. Like it's great for like chippy V, but for ICM it's a disaster. Like if he calls too wide, you know, we benefit from a lot of fold equity in that spot. Okay, the short stack's on 2 bigs. The next short stack is on 3-ish, just under 3 bigs. Whoa, flats the butchers out of the big blind. Nice. Oh wow, he could have got it in against 9s. It's because the guy 3x'd. Yeah, I quite like it. Oh man, I love my non-jam with ace queen now. Oh, now he's min raising. Oh, fun. What's going on? So 2 shorties now both have under 2 bigs, so pretty close. But we don't go hand for hand until 117, so it makes sense to think about our hands a little bit. It really is mad though. That like 130 left, we had 40 big blinds. We lost a flip, or I lost an all in for like 12, and then like. We raised, folded, king jack suited. We called ace queen off, which is, I mean, debatable as to what the line is. Maybe folding's good. If all 3 options are the same, then folding's probably the best because you don't put any more chips in. 117 left now, so we're on the direct bubble. I'm going to fold. But yeah, and then sort of a sudden you have 13 big blinds, right? It's like from 40 to 13, and you know, don't do too much wrong, if anything. So yeah, it's not, I mean, it's tournament poker in a nutshell. Shortest stack has under a big blind, about 2/3 of a big blind. Right, bubble time, guys. Do we go for the min raise to induce because it looks like we, you know, have a hand that we just want to play, or do we just jam? I feel like min raise is the best line here. I mean, it looks really strong. I feel like jamming looks pretty strong as well. Maybe, you know, min raising is too much here. All right, well, we're not going to bust in this hand. I just think that if anybody has a pair, maybe someone gets out of line, they just think, this guy's, you know, trying to min raise on the bubble. Okay, well, the short stack has 0 chips now, so that was unlikely to happen. But I don't think that happened before I min raised. So anyway, we are in the money. Let's change the color of the table. I mean, not that there are any other tables, so it's not like, oh, this one's in the money and the green ones are not. But just in case someone joins the stream in a bit, they get to see what hand we like, where we're at in the tournament, and we are now in the money. So a decent number of cashes today. Still searching for that, you know, that proper deep run. Final table. Champion of the tournament. That's what we want. Ace deuce off, gonna fold. So it's a really long way to go until the next pay jump. Excuse me. So yeah, we're not going to be worrying about that. We are just going to play good poker now and go from there. See a jam and a call. Ace jack going to take it. And on to the next hand. 10-2 suited. We will flat a small raise here. We will fold versus a jam though. Voice is going a little bit. Okay, we'll see what happens, see what the action's like before it gets to us. So this guy's opening wide enough, I think. So it's between flatting and jamming, and I think I'm just going to go with jam. I don't think there's too much in it. I mean, that's unfortunate, but we can hit a 10. Or chop, 4 or 8. Ooh, 10 on the river. Easy game. Let's go. I mean, that was pretty fortunate. Got 30 bigs now, though. Yeah, he folds, and he calls it off with pairs that we're doing well against. So, you know, fold equity and hand equity together seems okay. But sometimes you're going to run into it, and you're going to need to get there, and that's the secret of tournaments, is getting it in bad and sometimes winning. Okay, and we're just going to fold ace-3 off here. Okay, Jack 8 suited, going to raise, probably fold. But let's see what happens first. Okay, flop a gut shot. I think we can actually choose some big sizes here, and we can check. There's so many draws: 9-8, Jack 9, Jack 8, 4-5, 6-4, 6-5, stuff like that. So either check or bet. I don't know anything about this player. I don't think we're going to get check raised that often because he should be jamming some bigger hands pre-flop. So I think going for the bigger bet here is reasonable. It's a pretty bad turn card. I think we just check with our gut shots now. We could fire some stronger draws, but yeah, I think we just check, and 9 of spades on the river one time. I mean, Jack is good. 8 can be good sometimes as well, but I don't think we bet again. 10 of spades, so close to being the 9 of spades. Checks again. I mean, it's really hard for us to bluff this. Like to rep a 10. What sort of, I mean, 9s and 8s, do we really go for value with those? He's going to call with a 7. I think we just check and give up, and I'm going to run it later. So he ends up having a 3. I think a 3 should... Not sure. Versus the big size, I feel like a 3 should fold flop. Yeah, we'll mark that for review. Have a look at it. I'm not 100% sure on... I mean, he has a pair and a backdoor flush draw. But yeah, I think it's really hard to bluff that river. But maybe that's, yeah, maybe that is the, Jack 8 is the kind of hand we should be bluffing river with. Okay, Jack 7 off fold. Let's just make sure we did mark that hand. We did. So just a few questions in there, I guess. Let's have a look here. So the first question is, what's the strategy on the flop? Like, because there's so many draws, is it a spot where we do bet big? We do find some big bets. Can we ever check this hand? That's the first question. Question like, should he continue 4-3 of hearts? Maybe he does, like 3x of hearts, 7x of hearts, 7x of clubs, stuff like that. Maybe it's fine. I think we're always supposed to check gut shots here on the turn, and on the river. Like, we do beat like some of his hands, I guess, and we block the kind of hands that we want to fold, like Jack 9, for example, that he decided to check. And I don't think he floats flop with too many like ace high, king high, and queen high hands. So we're really just targeting like 9-8 that we beat, so we can just check back. Fold here with 8 deuce. 4-5, 6-5, 6-4 that decides not to bluff, we just beat with Jack high. I think it's really like we just don't get to bluff this hand. I think we just have to check it back, especially on this river. Like if it was a slightly different river, if it was like a queen, king, or ace, I would bluff at that point, because I think it's really hard for him to have a queen, king, or ace, and we put a lot of pressure on the 7x and 3x hands. But this, 10 makes it less likely. We have a 10. We have to be going pretty thin for value, or fairly thin for value with like 9s or 8s or ace 7, for example. But it's, 1 to run. I'm going to have a look at it later. It's a pretty fun hand. We'll defend versus a min raised here. Melee might just be min raising his small blind again. Okay, he's limped this time. We could definitely ISO here. I'm a little bit concerned why he's limped. Usually he'd min raise. I'm going to go for a 2.7x. Raise, fold in this spot. You can go 2.5 as well, I think it's fine. The original gut feeling of a little bit concerned about why he's limped. I should have gone with that, but you know, it's fine. We want some raise folds in there. You can't. Yeah. I've been reading a book. I finished it actually. It's called Poker with Presence. And it's about trusting your gut more. The problem is I feel it just goes against maths and it's very results orientated. I'm not convinced about it at all. It's not really, the problem is it's not backed up with science. And it's just, you know, one person's opinion about how to play poker more with presence, and I'm just not sure about it. It's a nice flop for ace 10 and improves. Not they needed to. Yeah, so like the feeling there was like, oh, I'm a little bit concerned about him limping. You know, if we're basically the book is implying that if we trusted our gut there, we obviously get a better result. But that's kind of results oriented. Like, yeah, it's results orientated. Like, you know, he already has the kind of hand that he wants to limp jam. Like, what we do doesn't really matter. Okay, 7-6 is going to fold. Keep an eye on the football scores. Arsenal are 3-0 up already. Watford look like they're going down at this rate. Bournemouth have scored. They're 1 up against Everton. A7 suit going to fold. Apologies if you didn't want any spoilers, guys. You were waiting for match of the day. How are Villa doing? Villa are drawing with West Ham. So, yeah, Bournemouth need to hope Villa lose. On the race for the Golden Boot, Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang scored 2 goals. Is 1 behind Jamie Vardy now. Jack's against Ace-Jack here. Jack's going to win. Roy Keane is going to lose some chips. We're going to fold 4 deuce off. So Aubameyang, I think they tied last year, right? Aubameyang and maybe Aguero and Vardy. Aguero's been out injured for a bit. So Aubameyang, if he gets a hat-trick today or more, could win the Golden Boot again. Queen 10 off then. Going to go for a fold. Kings against fives. King's going to take it. Always a sweat though. Okay, blinds are up. We have sub 15 big blinds. We're into the big blind. We have 5 deuce off though. Not a great hand. Going to fold. And somehow 5-4 is going to win it, but this wasn't in for much. Queen 10 suited, we're going to shove if it folds to us here. This guy shoves, we'll shove as well. This guy folds, we are all in. Okay, he doesn't. He min raises. Even with a little bit of in there, I think his range for min raising is going to be a little bit on the tight side. You can see the stacks behind. He's raising through, so I think he's just going to be more sort of induce happy. But I mean, we'll see in a minute. Okay, so King Jack, I mean, reasonable. We're going to jam Ace 4 suited here, folded 2 as well. Okay, I'm going to be all in. Time bank a bit because there's 74 left and 71 is a pay jump. We'll take a 2 or an ace dealer. Oh, hello. Nice. 27.5 big blinds. That was fortunate. $26 of 72. Ace 8 off, gonna fold. Queen 6 off, gonna fold. Go back to doing lots of folding. Okay, hit the next pay jump, $78. Carry on through, just in case anyone wanted to know that. Jack 10 off, gonna fold. Okay, ace jack suited here. So if this guy gets it in, we are going to rejam. Okay, I don't know. So this could be really, really strong. But I think my hand's too good. Like, you know, if you look at it, it's like a 6 big blind shove and a 11 big blind ISO. Like, you know, let's just go. Let's just run it. Try and get there if we're behind. We are far behind. We'll take an ace or a heart. Okay, that's unfortunate, but yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it looks strong, but you know, you'd expect him to just rejam there. Like, I think he should just rejam because, like, you know, maybe we find a fold with a slightly weaker hand. But yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't think there's much we can do though. So back down to 15 bigs. I feel like we've gone 15, 30, 15, 30, 15 a few times in this tournament. Okay, king 4 off, just going to fold. Five 4 off, going to fold. Okay, jack 3 off, just going to fold. Okay, and just going to fold 5s here versus the jam. Can't call, or can't rejam. Jack 5 off, gonna fold. So if you've just joined us, we are deepish in the biggest 27, 65 left. We are 56 of 65. 691 players started. We've locked up $78.30, and first prize is almost 2.7k. As we see another player eliminated. 4-3 suited, we can defend here versus a small raise. Any other action, we're just going to fold. Okay, going to defend. And I think we go for the check jam here. So like you were not loving it against an ace, but we have fold equity, and then if we do run into an ace in this spot, then you know, we have a decent number of outs. We have a gut shot, and we have, you know, 2 pair outs and trip outs. And at this stack depth, I think it's okay. If he has king queen, stuff like that, I think he folds. So this could be the end. I'd love a fold though. It'd be amazing. Oh, we get a fold. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, we're going to fold here. Going to fold queen 6 off as well. Got a few minutes left until the break, guys, and I'll take 4 or 5 minutes to relax. We'll get away from the computer, do some stretching, I think, and then come back for more fun. 43rd of 63. Got a big one through with that 4-3. Pretty happy about the result. Fairly confident it's the right line. You have decent fold equity, has a lot of big cards, and yeah, when he wakes up, we just get there. Gonna fold 8 deuce off. So all in here then. Queen 10 versus ace 5. Ace 5 picks up some outs, but not enough. Queen 10 is gonna take it. 9-7 suited here, 20 bigs. I think it's close. Have to fold against this guy. I don't love it though. I'm just going to fold this time. I think it's probably an open. Ace 3 off, gonna fold. Wonder if I can change the stream, edit stream info. Just to let me know, guys, if the stream info updated. I think it did. Okay, Queen Jack off. I think it's a mix. So it's not making that much money though. I think I'm just going to go for a fold. Just seeing the replay of that 4-3 hand on the ace-3 deuce board, so expecting some comments to come in now after that one. Okay, that's going to be the break then, guys. So we have 17 bigs, bit of a roller coaster. Is that a roller coaster or just a dolphin swimming? Anyway, I'll see you back in like 4 or 5 minutes. Enjoy your break, and I'll see you then. Right, guys, we are back for more. It's 5 o'clock in the UK. Don't know what time it is where you are. But together, I think it's time for us to win a poker tournament. We are 40th of 58 remaining. This is the bigger 27, 12K guaranteed, but it took in $17,000. We have guaranteed ourselves $78.30 so far. Next pay jump is at 44. It's $111. Question in the chat. Mario says, hi. Hello. Would you say you are a decision machine? I guess as poker players, we're all decision machines. I spoke a little bit about decision fatigue earlier, about how it can be important to, like, if you have easy decisions within poker, it frees you up for later on in the tournament or later on in the session to make great decisions, because easy decisions are easy because they're easy decisions, but they're not requiring you to use much of your brain, right? But if you have, like, let's say you have loads of really tough river spots, like in the first hour, and then the rest of your session you don't have anything left. So yeah, I think there's something to be said for making it easy on yourself. I'm gonna fold 7 deuce here. So I hope everyone's doing well. This is our last tournament of the day. Had a few deepish runs. We cashed the 44 Bounty Builder. I think we finished 38th. We cashed the bigger 22. Cashed the hotter 27. And now we have the bigger 27. I'm going to fold 9-3 off here. Hope you guys can hear me. My mic is just down here, so it's not right in front of me. Find that it kind of gets in the way of the screen just a little bit. We've been streaming now for over 7 hours. See, I was starting to say to my girlfriend on the break, like, my voice is starting to go. So yeah, I used to be a school teacher, and so speaking for 5 hours a day was not, uncommon. But speaking for 7 hours and speaking for 55 minutes of every one of those hours is a lot more, I think, than a teacher would do. Sometimes you give your kids something to work on, right? So you don't have to talk. And I taught music as well, so a lot of it you could model, right? You wouldn't have to even speak about it. You could just demonstrate with a piano or guitar or ukulele or whatever instrument, So yeah, starting to feel a little bit hoarse, I would say. Now let's hope that my poker moves are not like a donkey. All right then, ace-7 off, facing raise then, 16 bigs, just going to fold. Well, ace is in against top pair and a flush draw. Finds a hold somehow. Okay, 13 bigs, jack 4 off, just going to be a fold. Okay, ace 8's going to take this one down though. Get all in pre. 18 bigs, raise, jams, call. Okay. You can flat ace 8 there, I think, as well. So 3-bet jam here, button versus cutoff. And a fold. And we'll defend here with jack 7 of spades. Okay, and just check, and probably just give up. Six of clubs on the turn. I think we're just going to continue to keep checking. I mean, we have the most 4x in our range, but yeah, I just think it's unnecessary to start trying to bluff 2 players off the hand. Okay, and now just going to fold. Darren Piper, if you won this, what would you cash out of your account? I don't know. It just goes into the poker bankroll. So, oh, I've got aces. Wow, so sick. Yeah, it just goes into the poker bankroll, so probably nothing. Currently 43 of 52. I think 8-5 is close to being a jam here, but I might just go. Okay, well, we don't need to. But I was thinking about limping instead, maybe jamming like 6-5, 7-5, 8-7, 8-6, stuff like that. Aziz just said in the YouTube chat, "What subject did you teach at school?" I taught music in secondary school. Okay, just going to fold here. King 6 off, going to be a fold as well. Okay, Jack's going to scoop this one. Pretty standard blind versus blind spot. 10 bigs. 9-3 off, going to fold. So we are 47 of 52. There's a pay jump at 44. We're going to fold queen 9 off here. Patience worked out well earlier on in this tournament where we found kings after a couple of jams got through as well. We went on a really cold, like really bad run of cards. A little bit like this now, I guess. We've got a few hands now in a row not been able to play, but whatever. So we're just going to be patient, wait for good spots, and yeah, that's it basically. I was saying earlier, it's like, excuse me, you can hear my voice is starting to go. Like I was saying earlier, like you just continue to make great decisions, and at the end of the day, you can't control the results, so there's no point worrying about it. Like, you know, I could bust next hand, I could double up next hand, and everything in between could happen, right? I could double up and then bust the next hand, or I could win the tournament. I could finish 5th. I could finish 50th. Like, yeah, lots of things could happen. And the thing is that most of what happens in poker tournaments is outside your control, apart from your decisions. So you make good decisions, and then, you know, card distribution and runouts and how your opponents play is, you know, completely out of your control. It's going to fold king 8 suited here. See if we can get something slightly better in the next orbit, I guess. Nine bigs and a dream. Okay, see a check raise here, all in. Middle pair against top pair. Oh, what a turn. Wow. It's insane. It's insane. Okay, so we'll see what happens. We can defend versus a small raise. I would fold versus a bigger raise. I mean, that's quite a big raise. We just going to fold now. Small blind jammed. We can call. I suppose actually there's 46 left. 44 will get a pay jump. So we could just. I mean, there's no hand for hand at this stage of the tournament. There's hand for hand at, you know, on the money bubble, and there's hand for hand on the final table bubble. But there's nothing for pay jumps, right? So I might as well use the pay jump here. Sorry, the time time I have available to think through these decisions as well. Okay, blinds gone up. Not ideal. We have 6 big blinds now. 8 deuce suited. We're in 44th of 46. Great, see a min raise and a jam. Going to tank again. We're on the pay jump now, 45 left. I know it says 46 up here, but it's 45. And the guy below me has 3 and a bit bigs. So he might bust in this hand, and I guess maybe this guy busts as well. So when you're, on fumes, I think trying to lock up the next pay jump is okay. Okay then. Pocket sixes might just be a little bit too strong though for this spot. I'm hoping we just get folds. That's not great. So we're pretty much tied for last, right? We have 18k, the other guy has 15k. It's between him and me basically. I guess someone else could bust in this hand before us, but we're a short stack. Oh no, we're okay. So we're 45th of 45. So I don't think this really matters too much to do this because if we bust in this hand, no one else has fewer chips than we do. So we would end up finishing 45th anyway. But I don't think this is a spot where we want, I guess somebody else could bust. We could find a fold here, but it's also a nice spot to get back into the game. He can raise call with worse. We can be flipping. That's not great. I don't want to be up, 3 ways. Okay, this could be the end, guys. Yeah. We'll take a 6 of hearts on the turn, please. This is grim. I don't know why I'm tanking, because I don't know if it's not hand for hand, maybe. Oh, upside down 6 of hearts. 6 of hearts on the river. Oh, so close. 5 of clubs. I think we're out, guys. I think that's it. Queens. No. Right, there we go. That's how to bust in 45th, just outside the money jump. Okay, so that's going to wrap things up, guys. Thanks for tuning in today. It's been a blast, and I guess I'll see you next Sunday. If you haven't done so already, if you're watching on YouTube, hit like and hit the subscribe button. If you're watching on Twitch, then hit the follow button. And until next time, take care and see you soon. Cheers. Bye-bye.